And welcome back to Icewindale, Rime of the Frostmaiden. When we last left the party, they had encountered some caves on the island of Solstice. And of course, this was filled with some sort of dangerous creature. There were frozen, half devoured bodies on the floor. And as you edged in closer, you came across an entire colony of Yetis. And before they launched their attack, Tracker was able to intervene and explain that you don't mean them harm. In fact, you were even raised by one a long time ago. You asked some questions about what these people were, and they explained they were sailors, and they hauled their bodies from the northwest coast. You decided not to stick around or interrupt their meal, so you kind of backed out of that one, and instead decided to follow Supo a little further towards the center of the island. And to get to that, you had to pass by the Garden of Death. The frozen statues of denizens who perhaps were transported here by Auror's magic just lay still in this icicle garden, and one of them looked familiar, and upon closer inspection turned out to be the long lost mount and squire of Roland. And he started to begin a prayer to try and unthaw them, asking for Lathander's miracle to try and save them. But during that time, something came back to devour the frozen corpses, an ice troll. It did not last long, however. You guys unleashed a flurry of spells and attacks at it, which finally put it in the grave with one last firebolt to the heart. You scavenged it, completed the prayer, and finally, the creature known as Whitebeard Fangpawjaw, the White Wolf, had emerged from its icy prison, and seemed very pleased to see Roland. And for a brief moment, during that moment, we saw like a flash of light and a shining, brilliant armor on Roland, almost as if a former self, or maybe even a future self, who knows. But definitely seemed like Lathander's spark for just an instant. And finally, you made it inside the massive fortress known as Grimskull, or Grimskala. The interior was built for giants. You had to like heave the door open. And indeed, there seemed to be one still around. A clairvoyant spell revealed a frost giant just sitting down, just staring at a wall, almost as if he's lost all reason for being. Perhaps with his entire clan or tribe lost or wiped out, he's just waiting for death. Who knows? I decided to not tango with him and move along. You found a way down and inside to a frozen catacomb, and there you met a giant walrus. Let me just take you to the map, actually. Yeah, let's go here. They explained that there was a frozen tomb belonging to Galvithican, the frost giant queen who once ruled this fortress. And Ukuma, sorry, the walrus, also told you the other doorways lead to the tests. And the only way to get into the chamber where Faith is to pass these tests. And you asked a few questions about the Frostmaiden, which they didn't seem to be too clued in on, but Roki was first to go to the test of cruelty, where he was transported away, all the way into the wilderness, a camp belonging to the Bear tribe of the Reged barbarians. Here he had to become like an emissary for the Frostmaiden and guide them on as to what to do with several what do we call them, liabilities to the tribe, one hunter with frostbitten fingers, a madman thanks to Shardlin, and potentially some sort of lycanthrope girl. And Roki decided that they were either useless or a danger, and that their sacrifice meant that the rest of the tribe could survive out here in the cold. And there was a strange talk with the dead one, that the Shardlin one, after its head was chopped off. Something about it's how it was serving as Dark Master, and how he never truly wanted to seek them out, but rather the Shardlin came to him somehow. And other nonsensical ramblings. But and then of course the girl got up and ran away, seemingly uninjured by the actual slicing axe belonging to the chieftain. It's as though she was somehow resistant to the steel. And then Roki returned and waited for the next ally to return. And we'll go with Tracker, so we'll just go in clockwise fashion then.
Ooh.
And yeah, and start up here. So, Tracker. As you pass the lintel, you also see the very clear word inscribed in runes: endurance. The doorway opens up into an empty room, but as soon as you step through the threshold, you feel a cold. Suddenly, your surroundings begin to vanish in a flurry of snow and ice. And when your vision clears, you find yourself in a raging snowstorm. And you too are standing at the edge of a tribe. This time, however, you recognize immediately the apparel and signature items of the elk tribe, and it seems as though they are dismantling their entire camp.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
And so you see like big antlers being like taken off of the fronts of tents, etc. Need to clean this, you know. And let me just bring out the actual correct tribe leaders. Ah, here they are. You see, leading them and trying to get these people rallied and in the right position. A mountain of a man. He has a gigantic maul hefted over his shoulders, and a wolf pelt cloak that wraps over his shoulder. And he wears like almost like a crown of antlers. And by his side is another man who is trying to delegate who's taking what and who's packing what supplies. And you sort of appear on almost in a moment of shock to the rest of the tribe. Just anyone who's on the edge, they look like they're actually able to spot you because you're only on the edge, and they're actually looking out of their camp as if they're about to set out and some big journey. Here you go. You should be over here. I'm actually going to give you better lighting as well, because this
Who needs
place
lighting?
should be.
But I do need vision. And I need to reload.
Okay. I'll give you a moment. All right. Can everyone else see the map, or is it just Tracker?
Can't see anything.
Okay, so
yeah, I don't see anything.
yeah, I'll change Snop's ownership.
Oh, I'm back. But I
Hello?
can't see
All
the
right.
map.
Really? Your token is on it.
Yeah, no.
Who's out there?
My internet is kicking me out.
Okay, well,
Okay,
thankfully
I
the
can
map is
see.
not that important.
Okay, I have a visual
So-
on the
Okay.
stream, so I'm gonna use that.
All right, perfect. Yeah. So the map
Okay.
isn't that important, but this is mostly theater of the mind anyway. But just to give
Mhm.
you an idea that the individuals involved here are clearly Elk Tribe. They are gathering up their things and they're like shouting, like, "Come on, we have to move out of this blizzard. We won't last long if we stay here." And after a while, you hear a call, and they're shouting, "Yarund! Yarund, Elcott! There's a tabaxi out there, maybe a were-tiger or something. What should we do?" And he starts to walk out from behind the tent, and you see the man in question approach. Looks at you curiously for a moment. "Who are you?" "State your name."
Okay, retry.
Did you hear that?
I heard parts at Tabaxi out here, maybe were-tiger.
Okay. Yeah, they've spotted you, and now the leader, this Yarund Elkart, has demanded you state your name and what you're doing here.
I'm known as Tracker, and I'm sent here by Oral for some tests.
Or
Yes.
they kind of grip their weapons and like step closer to like really discern who you are. And it's at that point they do notice that single floating frost covered snowflake that's just above your head, and they say, "You're an emissary." They look towards their, what maybe is their advisor or second in command, and they ask, "Mjolnir, what does this mean?" They say, "It could be that Oral has sent a witness of our demise. He just wants to watch us freeze out here in the blizzard. And we can pray, but maybe they have actually sent them to help." And Yoran looks back and says, "Well, which one is it? You come to watch us die? Or you want to help us get out of here?"
Okay, I got disconnected after the emissary again. Sorry, I am now on my phone.
Alrighty, no worries.
Sorry. I really don't
What
know
did they
what's going on.
if you want, we can try going to someone else until it's fixed if you want. That's up to you.
Am I audible enough?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, cool. Then I'm gonna do it from my phone for now.
Okay. All right, no worries. So they've asked you, so why have you come here? Are you here to watch us die, or are you here to help us?
I'm here to survive. I assume helping you is why I'm here for now.
Survive we must. If that's the case, and you can help lift up them logs, we're gonna need all the firewood we can get. But we can't light a fire in this damn blizzard. We need to move. If you're willing, carry as much as you can.
Hmm.
He turns and says, Mjolnir, keep an eye on him. And he's going to head back over towards a massive sled where you see he immediately gets a load of like camp supplies and then poof, piles it on top
Mm-hmm.
and begins instructing the riders to like begin starting a caravan effectively. And they begin trudging into the snow. So you going to help them out?
Yeah, I'm gonna help. I assume there is all the wood is to be loaded on sleds because it's
Mm-hmm.
insane
Yep.
to carry it on your back. So I will assist with loading them and pull or push sleds where needed.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Perfect. Then the nomads work feverishly to tear down their tents and pack them onto the dog sleds. And
Mm.
all
Sorry,
right,
what's that
they
last part?
they just get their tents onto the dog sleds.
Mm.
All right, give me just give me a survival check as your first. Oh, you're not in the game, are you?
I am not in the game. I'm trying to load on my laptop, but for
Okay.
now,
I'll roll this for you then. This is just to help get the in order and ready to move as fast as possible. And you got a 21 by the looks, so it's a good start. You managed to get them all packed up and moving as soon as you can. Some people were like struggling to tear down their tents, and you just come along and pull the stakes out of the ground, no problem. You arrange the logs in a much more like compact and easy to transport way, and you just basically playing Tetris on the dog sleds and get it all like all neatly organized and then ready to move. Perfect. So they get a quick head start to try and get out of this blizzard, and you see this clearly the king of the elk tribe begins to kind of catch up to you and walks alongside you as you begin moving out and into the tundra. They say, "We are trying to stay close to the reindeer herd. I hear we saw them migrating eastward. We go wherever they go." But
eastwards. Wait, where
mhm,
are we?
we are in the wilds of Icewindale, north of north of the Ten Towns.
Help?
Help? Did you say?
Sorry, no. I believe I got disconnected again. Sorry.
Okay,
Last thing I heard was, yeah, we need to stay close to the elk, and they were moving east, so that's where we're going.
that's right. Yeah. And then they say,
Acknowledge that.
"I don't want to provoke Orel's wrath, but why are you helping us? The other emissaries we've seen are nothing more than vultures. But you seem different."
Mm, maybe the other emissaries are mistaken.
That's so. He seems to be like almost trying to judge whether you're being truthful or not, in a way like he's not sure he fully trusts you. And you can tell maybe he's just waiting for you to like stab him in the back or
trust
something.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah. Is there anything you can do to perhaps reassure him that you're like true to your word, or you just let it be a sort of tension in the air?
To put any effort in easing him at this moment, because we are currently in a situation where we just need to focus on survive. Okay, yeah, no, I should ease him because we are in a situation where we need to focus our efforts on surviving.
Mhm.
Why does it have to involve people?
Why can't I be?
No, yeah,
You don't have to say something, but rather you can
yeah.
even do an action that might help
No,
provide some.
I will tell them that if I really wanted to attack or harm you, I wouldn't even have attempted to lift or load the sleds. For now, I just want to focus on surviving, and let's focus on that.
I suppose I will have to accept that as an answer for now. But if you show any signs of aggression to my people, we will not hesitate to defend ourselves.
Yeah, I can accept that. But I hope your people know that.
I think we lost him again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
As for now, that shouldn't be an issue.
Okay. Very well. Thank you. All right. Let's keep moving then. So the blizzard rages onwards, and you're far enough away now that the camp is a long lost flicker of light in the distance. Just the last smoldering embers of whatever campfires they had. And you move complete in a straight line eastward, traveling over snowdrifts and rocks and mounds. The snow sleds, the sled dogs are struggling in this thick terrain, but you can sense that their survival is. It's almost as if they can sense their own survival is on the line here as much as the tribesmen, and so they continue to push on without little protest. Now, I need you to give me what would be the first frost saving throw. Yeah. Do you want me to roll that for you as well, or would you prefer to?
I am trying to load in, but it says that I'm already loaded.
What? One option is I can pause and go to another test and come back to this one.
Oh, I can see myself. Frost save, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a fail?
So blizzard makes a DC higher. Out in the wilderness, DC is also higher. It's so it's 15 for in the wilderness, and then another 5 for being in a blizzard, which means it's actually right on the dot for you.
Mm-hmm.
For the others, I'm just gonna roll as well. They're doing okay. The first leg of the journey, they're actually managing to resist the cold. They've obviously lived out in it for as long as you have.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Let's see. Okay. The trip is a grueling march across the tundra, with the wind against you the whole time. And though they've taken measures not to be lost in this blizzard by basically chaining up a rope to each dog sled, it does still seem as though there is just this almost otherworldly nature to the blizzard. And after a while, after like an hour or so of this, Yarund is calling out and is saying, actually, no, it's probably his advisor. He's like, it seems like there's no end to this. Yarund, I think we should change course. It's almost as if the blizzard is following us. He looks around and says, we must travel east. But I do agree. We are being stalked, it feels, by Oral herself. And he kind of turns a side eye towards you, Tracker, and sort of questions. What is this blizzard? Is some kind of curse upon my people?
Is it a curse? It's not a curse. It's just her test.
Well, we will not be bested so easily then. And they continue to march on. Continue the course. Don't give up yet. Steel your hearts. And I need you to roll another frost save. As another hour goes by. And it feels as though it is getting colder. You notice it as well.
Okay.
There's like these icicles forming at the edges of your fur. You see a couple more of the wolves almost collapsing in the snow up ahead of you. And I'm going to roll again for them too.
Oh.
Ah, okay, nat 20. Maybe not.
Not really.
But no, some of the wolves will definitely be struggling. And I know you've said you're going to compensate for that by effectively pulling the sleds yourself.
If needed, where needed, yeah.
Mm-hmm. They're being worked. Not to exhaustion, but close to it.
Yeah.
Do you want me to roll for you?
Frost or?
Mm-hmm.
I can
Frost
do
save.
this. That's a success.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And that's what went wrong. I didn't have my warming up yet.
Yeah, this is just a light jog for you. The exercise is doing you good. All right. Well, at this point, it does feel as though you've gained that second wind, and everyone's more determined than ever to push through it. Now,
if does morale seem lower because of the curse or the test?
That there is a few more people giving you side eyes, almost as if, yeah, maybe there is something going on, and you can occasionally see
No,
they
no,
like a
I don't
hunter
mean
will
I
fall
don't
back.
mean distrust. I mean morale.
Mm-hmm. Well, it starts as mistrust. One of the
People.
hunters falls back, and you can see Minir and this hunter kind of talking, and looking
Mm-hmm.
back, and so the morale is still affected by that because
Yeah.
they feel a begrudging towards you, as if maybe you're the one at fault. And so, what would normally be just they would just normally push through it because it's just a
Mm-hmm.
natural blizzard. They seem to instead say, perhaps it is this emissary's fault. That's why this blizzard is so fierce.
Don't blame your own
Maybe.
weaknesses on other people. Man up and move on. I'll give an extra effort.
Weakness. You think us weak? Perhaps we should just slay him, and then we'll see who's weak. We can rid ourselves of this curse. You can roll me an intimidation check.
Mm-hmm. Intimidation. That's a 15.
Mm-hmm. So one of the hunters kind of squares up with you as they're making this threat. This guy's like, he hasn't drawn his axe, but he's definitely like face to face
Mm-hmm.
saying that we maybe should just kill you instead. But what is it you do to make him back down?
I'll make myself bigger and I will address the Jarl. Or what's his name again? Yarund?
Mm-hmm. Yarund, yeah, Elkar is the
Yeah.
king. Mm-hmm.
Are you
Okay. Go on.
if they have the energy to protest, maybe they should put more effort in their survival?
Yarund says, Tracker is right. Quit whining like a little wolf up and fall in line. Spilling blood will not help our situation. Move it. And again, he kind of like orders him to get back in the formation and continue to push on. Make me another frost save, please. Okay.
You said it was colder, right?
Mm-hmm. The DC has climbed twice since last rolling a fail. And you do suffer a level of exhaustion unless you have anything else. I don't think you do. No, not this level. Okay.
Nope, that's next level.
It is, unfortunately. All right. That said, it does feel as though this succeeding on the previous test has prepared you, mind and body, for this. You knew whatever would be approaching would be a grueling task. You can, if you want, re-roll 3 of these failures as a result of being prepared and being already like effectively you've won the previous test. This is one of them you could re-roll. There's going to be plenty more, I'll warn you. But Of course, every level of exhaustion you do get, it's going to make it even harder. So I would recommend opting to re-roll if you want, but you got 3 of them in total you can use. Okay. That is unfortunate. I think that's still a fail. Wait, let me check. DC 10 minutes. And this one is... This is the 3rd one I've made you roll, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, actually, that's a success. So it was
it was a
DC
success?
20. Yeah, and then it went 21. And then now this is 22. So you've actually just got it smack bang on them. yeah, literally. There's going to be more. But
does this mean that I don't have my...
You don't have your... You don't have exhaustion, no. I'm going to get rid of that. Let's go. Barely pushing on. And you think back to when you were plunged into freezing cold water and how your body was able to acclimate to the temperature. And during that moment, you kind of almost unlocked a new level of resilience within your own core, and that you tap into that and steady yourself. Okay, cool. So over the next hour, I'm gonna roll theirs as well. 1 sec. They do start to fall one by one. Tribes members are just unable to push on. You see, their body has reached their limits. They begin to collapse, and this march has been going on for absolutely hours now. Though these have been like frost saves, normally it's like one every hour, but I'm going to say that effectively you've been weathering it for 8, 9, 10, 11. You've been weathering this for like 11 hours now. It's getting to the point where people's bodies are just giving out.
Which ones are the most exhausted people? Wait, how many people are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8,
It's
9.
about 40 of them.
40. Okay.
But the exhausted ones, they're only about they're about 20% of the people, which is actually quite a lot. Is there anything you try to do or help them, or? There's almost no room on the sleds to drag them because they have all their tents with them. Unless you want to sacrifice tents in exchange for trying to save people. Or you could come up with other solutions.
I wanted to ask if there is any of these elk raggeds that are capable of magic.
There is a few shamans and even Minir himself that say yes. Yes, I have very little knowledge, but I have some. What magic do you need?
I need someone to use this scroll. And I pull out my scroll of Goodberry.
Ah. Okay. So, give me a quick Arcana check before any of this goes through.
Wait, Arcana?
Yes, please.
Oh, fuck. 12.
It's still a success. So, you notice on the scroll, for a moment, it's almost as if the runes have kind of dulled. It's it doesn't look like it has that same kind of sheen or luster as before. And you're not sure what it means. But then, as you kind of like
Oh.
look up at them, they also kind of question something. And they say, by the way, what happened to your little snowflake?
What? What happened to my
Where before
snowflake?
you had like a little slow orbiting symbol of Oral above your head. That is no longer there.
It's gone.
And you gather it is gone, yeah. You're not sure exactly when it disappeared, but either the magic is lost or there's something else going on here. And with the 12, you kind of you draw the connection parallel to the scroll, which also seems to have almost dulled and lost its magic too.
So I guess it's a fail.
No, the roll isn't a fail.
No, I mean the test.
You're not sure.
Yeah.
You have no way to confirm this.
Yeah.
He says, I'll try and let me see. So he's got Entangle, Longstrider, Speak with Animals, Messenger, and some Druidcraft. I think Produce Flame would be useful though.
No.
He will try to like kneel down towards. Well, Produce Flame is great because you can like hold a fire within your hands. It's not like nothing like Firebolt where it's like poof, fires off and does nothing.
Yeah. No.
You can actually create a hat. Yeah, so he tries to create fire in his hand, and it does nothing. It sputters out instantly. He's like, "What? What is this?" He like backs away from you a moment and looks around. My fire, I can't conjure fire. Normally, this magical fire it can be produced within even the coldest blizzards. There is something afoot here. What have you done to us?
I have done nothing to harm you. I've been helping you pull these sleds.
But this
And
blizzard.
that is what I have done. The blizzard is not something I conjured.
And yet it snuffs out even magical fire. What is this? It can only be the work of Oro. Well then, what is it? You're an emissary, aren't you?
Yeah, it is what you say. It can only be the work of Oro.
And you are their emissary. So what can you tell me of it?
I can tell you that she wants to test to see how strong people are. To see if you can. And yes, we've done decent until this point. Now it's gonna be the real test.
He said the thing. All right. He looks at you and he grits his teeth. I don't like the sound of that.
So are you giving up?
No. But I just wanted answers before we moved on. I've never seen a blizzard like this. And you're the only factor that is new around here.
Oh god.
So by that logic,
Mm.
it must be you. At this point, Yaron, the king, approaches and says, I heard you shouting. What is wrong? Your magic isn't working? And he nods and says, yes. I don't know what this place is. It's maybe it's the blizzard. Maybe it's this emissary. Feels like Thumble's winter. Feels like Ragnarok is finally coming to claim us.
No, Ragnarok is another time.
Yoren looks and says, do not despair. What we can do is gather up some of the things from the sleds. We'll take it upon ourselves to carry it. Put the weak on the sleds. We'll carry the extra weight ourselves. You think you could manage that as well? He looks to you,
More
Dragon.
stuff.
What's your carrying capacity at?
I
It's
have
pretty
30 pounds of extra stuff that I can carry.
okay.
That's interesting. Why
Yeah,
is it only 30?
that's a lot of weight. Probably your climber's kit and hunting trap. Oh, and you've got 15 rations, which is like 30 pounds.
Probably the weapons.
Yeah, the weapons add up over time. 6
Ah,
javelins,
wait, I
especially.
have a couple of rations. Wait.
Mhm.
Is a rope this heavy?
A robe,
Rope.
possibly. What? Oh, a rope. Yeah, ropes are heavy as hell. That's why most people upgrade eventually to get like silk ropes.
Ah,
But
I see.
yeah, still, there is. If you wanted to help, you could. The weight you would need to carry off the back of one of these sleds is closer to 50 pounds worth of weight. If you could manage to carry that, you could put the exhausted on the sleds and continue onwards.
Sorry, can you repeat it, part? If I can carry.
If you're able to carry 50 weight from the sleds, then you will
50.
have enough. Yeah, you will have enough space on the sleds to put the exhausted on them, and continue to push on.
That means I need to drop 20 pounds of my equipment.
Yeah.
Okay, I will leave one of the ropes.
Okay.
And
One of the ropes.
How many people are gonna be put on the sleds?
So about 20% of them, which is, a few.
20. That's 8 people.
Yeah, roughly.
Okay. I will give them a ration each. And then
okay.
and then I've got more carrying capacity.
More than enough.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, perfect. Like here, hold this.
So yeah,
Put it in your mouth.
They get some squid.
The other one looks at you and gives you a nod of approval, and he also himself lifts up a hulking mass of sleeping bedrolls and tents, and continues to push on. Yeah, he's a mighty man himself. This king. What's your strength at? It's like 18, right? Yeah. You're like equally matched up at the front. Practically half a camp's worth of supplies on your backs. Like, come on! Let's keep moving! Heave! And there's a renewed sense of vigor amongst the crowd as they see you two leading the charge up at the front. And you see the shaman sort of sigh as he tries to flicker fire into his hands one last time before following along with the rest of you. Okay. Give me another frost save.
Oh no.
And I think we're on DC 24 now.
Oh yeah, that's a success. Barely.
Okay, nice. Good. The next hour, you're able to, despite the extra weight, continue to muscle your way through the blizzard. Snowdrifts aren't slowing you down. The icy surfaces aren't slipping you up. And the constant accusations and distrust isn't like bringing you down either. So
I mean, if they really
I'll say that
distrusted me at this point, then they shouldn't have eaten my squid.
You're starting to win the hearts of a few of them, especially the ones who are exhausted. They're like, well, thank you. I don't think I could have made it another hour without that squid. So yeah, you're winning the hearts of several of them. They're like growing to like you. There's only a couple, but are still kind of like, I don't like this. Especially the shaman. He seems to think that you're the cause of some sort of
the shaman is a whiny
anti-magic blizzard. Whiny bitch.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's 5 so far. What shall I add to the complication?
Oh no, another complication.
Okay. So as you're forcing through this blizzard, there are times when King Yarun kind of stops and says, Damn it. I've lost track. The reindeer. I can't see their hoof prints anymore. Are we still traveling eastward? He looks back to the others. And they look unsure as well. And the shaman says, Can you not tell? He looks up. There's no way to see any of the sun or moon, being that it's a constant blizzard. I can't see. Can't see anything in this damn blizzard. We could be heading east. We could be going south for all I know. Or God forbid, further north. Well, to go west, you'd have had to go back on yourself, and at that point, you probably would see your own tracks. But
if you lean to the left or lean to the right, then eventually you make a U-turn or a circle.
That's true. Yeah, that would be the case. But Yarun says, if we can find the reindeer tracks, we can get back to going east. We should search. So, Draga, do you want to try and find these hooves or?
Yeah, definitely. Because if their leader can't find them, then I'm not gonna trust the other people to find them.
Yeah. Okay. They all start to one or two of them go to split off from the party and head into the blizzard, unless ordered otherwise. But he does say kind of We should send a couple of our best trackers and hunters. And spread out. Fan out. Don't go too far. You'll get lost in the blizzard. And they kind of like nod and begin to split up. Okay. You can give me a survival check then, if you would like to.
Only 17?
Okay. Yeah, you do
Something.
succeed on a 17. No, that's great. You do find the tracks once again. And it seems as though they too are struggling in the snow. One or two of them have kind of tripped and stumbled, either fell down a gorge. And it seems as though when that happened, they took an incredibly sharp turn in their path, and that's why everyone's being kind of thrown off their tracks. And you see this poor, like, probably injured and dying elk at the bottom of this gorge. And
okay, yeah, when I find the tracks, I will blow my horn to get the attention of the elk tribe.
Nice. I like that. Okay,
so
cool.
they have some so they don't have I don't have to move, and they know where I am.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, I like that. All right, yeah, your horn blares out over the din of the blizzard, and you start to see emerging the main caravan and the crown of horns belonging to Yarund Elkhart, and he looks down and says, I'm not sure if we can do anything for that elk, but good job on finding their tracks. What should we do with this one? Leave it to its fate or try to help it out?
Helping it out wouldn't do much for them. Leaving it here is gonna be worse.
Then I guess we put it out of its misery. Agreed? Was that a yes? Sorry, Tracker. Was that a yes?
Oh, it was a yes, and I was asking, do I have to climb down? Should I climb down?
No, he hands you a javelin.
That's gonna be even more wasteful.
That's why he's giving you his.
So
it's not a waste of yours.
No, it's not a waste of mine. It's a waste of the animal. Tracker doesn't believe in wasting life. If you're killing it, it should be used for your own survival.
There's more to take pity on this creature. We have a deep respect for the elks, and although we hunt them and we still take pity on them. This one will be laying here and freeze to death slowly. Surely it's better to end its life quickly.
Oh, I agree on ending its life quickly, because letting him but I believe it's disrespectful to let its body lay to waste.
We have no room on this sled. Unless you think you can carry an elk on your back, my friend.
How heavy are they?
How heavy is an average elk? Good question.
Yeah, that's probably more than 20 pounds.
Oh yeah. Goodness me. They are pretty heavy. Probably about 700 pounds.
Excuse me,
800,
what?
700 pounds. Yeah. I just looked it up, apparently. A female is between 220 to 240 kilos. And a
Oh
male is
no.
320 to 330 kilos. That said, if you wanted to just use something of it rather than the whole thing, you could just try and skin it and take that. Or, because the horns are one heavy mother, that would certainly weigh you down. But if you wanted to just take something of it so that it didn't go to waste, that's up to you.
Could I bring up some of the meat so we can fed the dogs, so they have some more energy for the journey?
Yeah, like just the raw meat. Excuse me,
Yeah.
the raw meat. Yeah. Okay. You could do that. So you can like drop they offer you a rope, and then they realize you're probably better off just climbing on your own.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
yeah, I'm not gonna make you roll for this.
yeah. I'll
You can
climb
simply
down
use your
and
claws.
yeah. And I'll end
Okay.
the elk and try to harvest as much meat I can feed the
Okay.
wolves.
For this I will ask for a survival check then, and
Yeah.
you
Plus
got
2
the
for my tools.
plus. Yeah, exactly. Should be good.
15
15. That's not
total.
bad. Yep. Yeah, you definitely get enough meat. It's messy business down here in the gorge. You haven't got much room, but you do get a good chunk of the meat, which will be enough to feed the wolves. They're standing by anyway. They're catching up and finding you. And by the time they arrive, you've got out and given the meat to the wolves. Cool. I'll keep them going. Give me another frost save.
Roll save,
We're
roll
up to
save.
DC 25.
That's a success.
Nice. That was 25.
Oh
Okay.
fuck. Oh no, wait, it's
Yeah, no, you're good.
increments by 1. Never mind.
Yeah, you're doing great. The march continues on, and the smell of this fresh meat attracts other hungry wolves.
Of course.
During the blizzard, you see shapes moving in the distance. They're fast, and you can hear a howling that is not your own. The other wolves are far too exhausted. The huskies, they're way too exhausted to even howl. These belong to something far more vicious. And they begin stalking the caravan, waiting for a straggler to fall in the snow. What do you do?
Okay, so they're behind us. They're just following us.
Yeah, they're stalking you.
As long as it's only stalking, then it should be okay. Motivate the people on the back. Yeah, don't stray too far.
Okay.
Move on. Stand together.
You do. Give me a
I
what would
assume
this be?
persuasion.
They're not persuaded to stay
Yeah,
together and move
motivate.
along. Like, this is great. This is good advice anyway. So I'm gonna say this is more to do with like survival, right? You're directing like
Okay.
instructions on how to overcome something like this. A nature check would also be interesting, but I will take survival. Okay, yeah. So they kind of tighten up their formation. They look out for stragglers, making sure that if anyone does fall, they're not just leaving them behind, slowing them down. The wolves are an ever-present threat, however. For now, they don't seem to want to attack such a tight formation.
Yeah.
And all right, okay, especially when they're clearly aware of their presence. Give me another frost save then. And we're up to 26.
That's a 6. Oh, that's
Ooh.
a fail.
Mm-hmm. Can use the second of your rerolls.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Or you. Okay. Nice. Okay. Did I just say 27? Didn't I?
Didn't you say 26?
Did I say 26?
Okay, the previous one was
Yeah.
25. This one is 26.
Okay, so this is 26. All right, it's the next one 27. Cool. Oh boy. So the whipping winds try to slash through your cold weather clothing, and you bring them up tighter, closer towards your chest, trying to keep them from even getting an inch on your fur. And you see even Jarund is beginning to tire a little bit. He's got a good plus to it. What do you get? 12 plus
However,
is 10. He does begin to slow down though, you see. So what ends up happening, Tracker, is they're making progress, but it's beginning to slow down. More and more people are dragging their feet in the snow. There's more kind of stumbles and trips here and there, and you find yourself just about 20 feet ahead of the pack for a moment before you realize you have to stop and wait for the others to catch up.
Okay. How big is the group of wolves at the...
You don't know how many are stalking you, but you can hear howls. There's at least more than one, that's for sure. But they're in the blizzard, so they're 20 feet. They're further than 20 feet from you, which means they're basically heavily obscured.
Yeah. Okay, so the group is gonna travel at a slower speed. That's gonna be an issue.
It is an issue. It's not the end of the world, but you know,
Yeah,
like when you're
okay.
exhausted, you take 5-foot penalty.
Yeah, okay.
What this incurs is you reckon it's going to mean that the journey is going to take longer.
Yeah.
Or there'll be more frost saves to make.
Because people are moving at a slower pace, I believe I should move at the back of the group now.
Ah, okay.
So they can set the pace and I can make sure that the stragglers are taken care of.
Good idea. All right. Yep, you move towards the back.
That is acceptable.
They agree. They say, yes, of course. Make sure no one falls. Keep them going. We need someone to push us from the rear and keep those wolves at bay. And you do get to the back just in time to see like one person kind of stumble, trip, and they kind of bang their head on the sled. And just in that moment, like they're dazed, they're kind of getting to their feet. You do see just for a moment something emerge from the cold. It is a winter wolf.
Oh,
they are at one with the blizzard.
I hate these.
Yeah. However, you arrive just in the nick of time to basically see it kind of like snarling and pouncing, using that opportunity to try and get a hold of that straggler who's like fallen down. What do you do? You actually have the jump on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna brandish my new toy, the trident, and scare them away.
Okay. Give me an intimidation check as well.
Intimidation. 12.
12. Oh yeah, you're not raging, are you?
Yep.
Okay, tell you what, I'll roll a wisdom save then. They're not perturbed by this. they're going to leap forward. And you clash momentarily as it takes a bite towards you. Ooh, it's going to miss.
Okay.
You can return fire if you want.
Oh yeah, definitely. Do I dare doing this reckless? No, I don't. But I will do this two-handed.
All right. 48 cool. At this point, the Regid tries to remember, like, ah! Ah! He's just like panicked, gets up, tries to like scramble away.
And I have extra attack.
Yeah, you do. Gonna get to a safe distance and toss back a spear. Oh wow!
Of course,
He may
they
be
crit.
panicked. He uses that extra adrenaline to really send home a spear. Wow. Okay. Damn. In that case, then this wolf might not stick around after all. He's gonna take one more bite at you. He's getting nothing done. Yeah, no, you can take an attack of opportunity, tracker. This thing, it's losing this fight no matter what, it seems. Oh, another nasty hit. You see, you wound it with that as it tries to turn, stabbing it in the rear leg. It begins to limp, leaving a bloody trail in the snow, but it is running way away, 50 feet into the snow. And it does disappear into the blizzard. Okay.
Move on.
There are more.
Nothing to see here.
Thank you. He's holding his head and kind of reorientates the sled and says, I'm glad you're at the rear here. That thing would have gone for me.
And we need as many people
Okay,
to survive. Oh, sorry.
Roll me another frost save. Yeah, this will be conclude that hour. And this is 27. Okay, Jesus, it doesn't stop. The
barely.
Yeah, the you're scraping through barely. Okay, now
27. Yep.
It was a 27. Yeah. Okay. The blizzard continues again. Just try and tear away every ounce of hope of it ever ending. And you yourself, you've never seen a blizzard last this long. And at this point, it's been going on probably nearly 14 hours. At this rate, it should have ended. Something is going on that is just otherworldly.
Is the star still gone? The snowflake?
It is, yeah, unfortunately. And so you have no idea whether you're failing this test or not. But what is going through Tracker's mind at this point, seeing as it could all be just a fail, and you might just be out here helping this tribe at this point for no reason? Or do you feel otherwise?
For now, I need to survive, and going east it is. Make sure we make it as a group. There's strength in numbers.
Okay, then in that case, pushing on. There is, however, more dangers ahead. Something evil lurks in the snow. These jagged shards of Shardlin are just everywhere. As you begin to move through them, you realize it's true what Supo said something about this. Oh no, who was it? Oh, it might have been the Bear Tribe. No, it was not actually the Bear Tribe. I think they were mentioning this.
Oh, I haven't spoken with them either.
Yeah, that's fine. So the Shardlin just appears to be gigantic, like spires of the stuff, just shooting up, or maybe shooting into the snow. You can't really tell. The formations are so alien-like in their nature, and more and more of them just tower above you as you pass by them. And this is effectively what you're seeing here.
What?
And you can hear the others kind of whispering amongst you, saying, "By the gods, what hell did we just wander into? Is this Stygia?
Is it what?
Feels like we're in the Stygia.
Oh,
Feels
Stygia.
like we're in the frozen hell."
Whatever happens, stay clear from those rocks. They're evil.
The king also repeats this sentiment. The emissary is right. Do not touch this stuff. It is known as Shardlin, the maddening crystal. And he turns back and starts to lead. And you begin to hear whispers amongst the men. But look, there's openings. Maybe we can use it as shelter. There's caves. We could get out of this blizzard and survive.
If you go in those caves, you will not escape them. There is no escape from this.
What caves? The man in front of you turns around. The hunter's like, "Huh? What caves?"
What?
Huh? He looks confused and sort of shakes his head and just whatever and keeps pushing forward, pretending like maybe he didn't hear you or something.
Yeah.
There could be treasure inside.
Wait. Am I hearing voices or am I hearing them whisper?
Make a perception check.
Perception. Is that a 10?
You're not sure. You swear you can hear it coming from the men up front ahead of you, but it seems when you go to question them about it, they seem to be like, "What are you talking about?" Like, they didn't seem to be none the wiser. But yeah, that's yeah. Found another map for this. Oh yeah, the trek continues. At this point, you're kind of forced to head north as there are multiple ridges and more craggy looking terrain. That just means you have to go down in a switchback to get anywhere further. And I'll just give you some light again. Why not?
Yay.
So as you head round the bend here, you can see down onto the next section where the camp is kind of going around and retreating, and it's not retreating, but like going back on themselves almost. And you see, looking down, there seems to be a set of tracks that have broken like this almost Shardlin runway, you would say. And you can see these sleds. This sled has like gone off to the side. And it's almost as if no one else has noticed. Do you see it there on the map as well?
Sorry, something.
You might see it on the map.
Oh wait, this.
It's almost as if one of the sleds has just broke formation and headed
Speed
off.
bit, what kind of track? What kind of stuff is this?
You can see right if you like really get close to the map, you can actually see there are two parallel lines. There are a set of sleds and probably
sleds.
dog tracks as well.
Okay, is everyone still accounted for?
Looking over them, with that perception check, you can't really tell. There's
Oh no,
a lot of them. You'd have to like stop and count.
I'm asking this. I'm calling this out. Are we all?
Oh,
accounted
actually,
for?
sorry. They say, I don't know. Should we stop and do a head count? That'll slow us down. Jorun looks around and says, "What's the matter, Tracker?"
Let's do a head count. Wait, where is?
All right.
Where is your shaman?
You begin. A shaman. Monsieur, he calls out, trying to find him, but he doesn't seem to be responding. And so you almost immediately suspect it could be him.
Really? So what was the last thing you said?
They're just calling out, "Monsieur!
Yeah.
Engineer! Where are you?" And he's not calling out. What do you do, Tracker?
Yeah.
You hear more whispers from the men saying, "Perhaps we should go find him. He may have found shelter, or maybe he's in danger. Maybe we should split off. Not the way we don't slow them down. Some can continue, whilst others look for him."
This is. Is any one of you capable of faster travel, so you can catch up with the group if the group is gonna move on?
Yeah, several of them. Several of them step up and say, "I'm quick of foot, but this blizzard has been slowing me down somewhat. But I suspected it slowed us all down, so perhaps fast in comparison to them, but not as fast as I usually am."
Let's run to the front.
Okay, they follow you back.
Confirm with Yarun if it's okay if I will lend some people to look for what's his name? Yanir?
Yeah. He looks around and says, "Yes, we need our shaman. They are an important member of the tribe. And if he's taken a sled with us off the beaten track, it's also a number of supplies that had gone missing with him. Although splitting the group like this could be dangerous. We could end up losing more for a fruitless endeavor. But I trust if you can find him, you'll be able to bring him back.
If we can find him, we can bring him back.
All right. Good luck then.
Glad, at the
Okay.
very least.
Okay. So you are going to take several hunters with you and begin to look
Yeah,
for him.
2, 3 tops, no more, because
Mm-hmm.
they need the group as strong as possible, and we need the group
Right.
as fast as possible to catch up with the group, the big group.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So the group does finally kind of like vanish into the snow. They've already pushed on 20 feet and just taken by the flurry. And you didn't make another frost save, as now you're going off kind of like the beaten path, away from the group, no longer huddled in the windbreak. Although that looks like to be smack bang on a success again, with the 28. Okay, it's not long before you find the sled tracks, and there's more and more like strange clues as well. It's as though there are like boots just doffed in the snow. You see a jacket, like a big fur coat, and
Oh
then you see
no.
a pair of antlers horns just like discarded onto the ground.
Oh no. I will warn
And
the elk regates. Yeah, these rocks,
mhm,
they corrupt your mind. Um, at first, think that it's warm, something playing tricks on you. It's gonna
mm,
corrupt your mind. It's gonna eat your brain, and you will not be yourself. Whatever happens, stay away from these rocks.
they nod and kind of walk side by side with you, and they say, "All right, okay, we're with you. Why is this lead just, I don't know, just abandoned up there?" And you see up ahead there is just a sled just tipped over, all the gears kind of on its side, and you see there is blood in the snow as well.
Oh no. Did he eat the dogs?
A little further on beyond that, you hear some sort of whimpering, and you definitely hear like the quick yap of a wolf up ahead.
I will rush towards the wolf, try to see if I can. Never mind.
There is indeed a deceased wolf, and they seem to be impaled on a shard of blackened ice.
Damn it. We
Yeah,
need
the red
things.
stained point is just like through its chest. And the blood just runs down the stalagmite.
Where are you?
You calling out to try and find the shaman.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't hear a response, but you do hear the crunching of snow.
Oh, what's his name again? Fuck, this has been too long.
Mejanier is his name.
I meant the voice of the Charlin.
Oh,
The wizard.
oh, him.
I forgot. So you're gonna abandon your tribe over this?
His name is.
Yeah, I'll go to the sled and try to pack as much, load it with as much as I can.
Okay.
We can't save the shaman anymore. I'm gonna abandon the shaman because he is a lost cause.
Okay. Bugging me. I'm trying to remember the name as well.
Maybe it's in the quest.
Not that you need it right now, but hey.
Yeah.
Unless you're calling out to the actual name of him yourself. Oh, Kessel. That's him. A car Kessel.
Oh yeah, a car.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It was Castle.
So is you call out that name instead? Yeah.
Oh no,
You
I
like show
will.
yourself.
No, it's more like, so you're gonna be Castle's lapdog now?
Okay. You do see the around the side of this massive formation of ice. You see Mejoneer emerge. His head is kind of hung low, staring at the snow. In one hand, he seems to be gripping a javelin, and you see it is tipped with Chardalyn. It's almost like he's holding a stake in the other hand as well, like a part of the stalagmite, and you see blood running down from that hand where he's like gripped it, and its spikes have kind of like driven through his palm. And you see he is not wearing any cold weather clothing. It's just basically down to like his like lower trouser furs, effectively, and then no, not even any boots. And you can hear his like feet just kind of crunch in the snow as he comes around and looks towards you.
So you've given in?
Given in? No. No, they gave me a new insight.
No, they gave you madness.
They gave me the truth. They gave me
you a lie. And
they gave me the
your
will.
Self.
I don't feel the cold anymore. I do not need to worry about this blizzard. This endless cold it is a blessing. You could join us. We could save the Elk tribe together. You only need to pledge your soul.
How are the other two reacting to this?
They have their spears drawn, ready.
How are the other records reacting to this? Oh,
They I'll roll some saving throws for them. How about that?
Oh no.
Let's see actually how they are reacting. Okay, so one of them's got their spear and is like trying to get into a position ready to try and take him down, obviously seeing him as a threat, and then his mind is too far gone. The other one is saying to you, you know, you may have a point. This Chardalyn seems to have magical properties. Perhaps we can use it.
Have you ever heard about the legends of one of your champions? What's his name?
Wolfgar? Yes.
You know of them?
Yeah, of course. Wolfgar is famed among our tribe. Jarund is a direct descendant of him.
Wolfgar once encountered this Charlin as well. And I'm pretty sure he wanted this destroyed.
Hmm.
And if your champion wants it destroyed, doesn't it make sense that it probably won't bring salvation to your tribe?
Make me a persuasion check.
Persuasion. Oh, wow.
Oh, damn. He seems to shake his head for a moment, like, no. You're right. He's whispering to me. It's warping my mind, like you said. We should take him down before it's too late. He turns away from you and charges forward with his spear towards Mejanir, almost as if he doesn't want this to go on any further.
Okay,
And I
that
need you to
makes
roll
life
initiative
easier.
real quick. Yeah, I was gonna have these maybe turn against you in that moment, but that was a really high roll. So this would be a quick combat. You're up first as well, Tracker.
Okay.
You see, he says, "If you will not stand with us, then you will fall before us." And he begins to drive forward with his javelin.
Okay, what I'm gonna do. And I will use my bonus action to shove him, to push him on the ground. Which I believe is
Yeah,
a
all right.
contested athletics check.
Yep. He's going to use acrobatics. Looks like you
That's
beat
21
him. All right, he goes.
17. Yep. He's prone.
Nice. You floor him.
And then I will pick. And I will try to knock him unconscious.
Okay. The others are going to drive forward with spears, but you're telling them to try and take him alive, yeah?
I do not wish to kill him.
Okay.
That judgment I'll leave to their leader.
Ooh, okay. Jeez. Your friends are getting crits by the looks.
But if they
okay, so if they want to know,
yeah. Sorry.
Well, they would try to kill them unless you commanded them to take them to their leader. You can control the outcome.
Then I would, what's the word? Order them,
Tell them to hold back.
to hold back, bring him to the leader.
Okay.
This is not our judgment.
All right. In which case, then, before Mejanir can have a chance to stab any one of you, the Reged hunters that have not been turned against you, Tracker, go in and use the butt end of their spears and just clunk, knock him out.
Okay. I'll take the javelin from Yenir and throw it as far away as possible. Because I fucking resent Charlin, so I don't want it anywhere near me.
Yeah. Okay. And then you're gonna drag the sled back with the help of him.
Put him on the sled, take his clothes.
Okay.
Get the sled back to the ground.
You got it. Okay. And I think that was resolved in a quick enough time that you probably can catch up to the others. So we'll make this the last couple of rolls. Why don't you give me another frost save? This is 29.
That is a resounding success.
It is. And then give me a survival check to locate them. Because although, they did go ahead, you just need to quickly find their tracks and and get back on them?
That's a 12.
Okay. You do start to lose track of them. You're wandering around in the snow trying to locate them. You got your own supplies and sled. The other two hunters look a little restless and understandably they're a little worried. They're like, did we lose them? Oh god. Are we going to die out here?
No, we're not gonna.
How are we gonna find the rest? The blizzard has completely covered their tracks.
There is only one way they can go. We will find them soon enough. We can travel faster than them. We should be able to catch up very soon.
Right. Right. Okay. Let's keep pushing then. And you travel eastward, in hopes that maybe you will either reach the same destination before them or catch up to them on the way there.
Yeah,
And
we know where we need to go. We know
yeah,
the general direction where they are going.
absolutely. And with any luck, you will be out of this blizzard once and for all. Well, in which case, you can give me one final survival. Frost saving throw, DC 30. We made it all the way to 30. Okay, you got one last reroll of this if you want to use it.
I actually have a reroll. Yeah, sure. And a
Oh
success.
wow! Didn't fail a single one the whole time. That is impressive, Tracker. That was a run of rolls there, and yeah, it seems you were indeed fully prepared. You endured the entire trek, and as you emerge out of the blizzard, finally, you see there is smoke up ahead. There are campfires lit. You see the glow and burning warmth of already the tribe having set up their new camp. And I'll take you back to that map actually.
So by leaving them, they had an easier tribe. Okay.
They let's take it to the. I have another map. The tribe scene. Yeah. Yeah, let's use the cinematic scene actually. You see there are many tribe members already on lookout for those wolves. Yeah, I know. I'm going to switch over in a second. You'll see many lookouts already on patrol, trying to make sure those wolves didn't catch up to them in the end. And luckily for you, yeah, they spot you, and they say, "Oh, hark! It's the others!" And they kind of cheer as they all see you. Oh my god, there's a lot of you.
That's a few.
You see,
hello.
It's the emissary and the shaman. Missionaire, is he still alive? Roland rushes up.
Yeah. Okay, I will explain the situation. Yeah, he is alive. But I'm not sure if he's still himself.
Thank you for finding him, man. Do quickly get him near the fire, warm him up. As for the other hunters,
be careful with Yenner. When we found him, his mind got muddled with the Charlatan. So I'm not sure if he's still himself if he wakes up.
I feared as much. Well, please help yourself to your own our feast. We still had some of that elk left over. We cooked up the meat on the fire. You've done a great service to the elk tribe, Tracker. I don't know how I would repay you, but I know if you ever get stuck in a blizzard, I won't abandon your tribe.
I will hold you to that. But is everyone accounted for? Did everyone make it? Did we lose people on the way?
Everyone else is accounted for. No, this is it. This is all of us. We actually made it. I mean, I had no doubts, but still feels
Hmm?
a little unbelievable that we made it through that blizzard of all things. Obviously, in no small part thanks to you.
But now I have to find my way back to my pack.
He looks up at you and says, "Wait, that snowflake, it's returned." And sure enough, you do see that there is a spinning, now faster than before, a spinning snowflake above your head, actually.
Oh.
I guess that means
Oh.
your job as an emissary is done.
For now, yes. Though I am pretty sure we might meet again. Oh.
With that, then, I think you start to see the this kind of swirling blizzard again, sort of concentrate directly on you, kind of swirling around you. As snowflake begins to glow brighter, almost erupts into a swirl of wind and cold, begins to enrapture you. And Roland Elkhorn kind of like almost brandishes his warhammer for a moment, preparing for some worse fate, but before anything can happen, in his eyes, you are simply vanished from that plane.
Yep.
And you return back to the test chamber.
Okay. Took a bit longer than my previous test.
Oh yeah, I mean, it did. Yeah, you endured a lot more.
I mean, the previous test was like a minute. This was like full day.
Yeah, it felt like it. That's for sure. All right. When you return, your body is not racked with frostbite. It is not on the verge of collapsing. In fact, you feel like stronger than ever. Oh, this is the wrong one. The wrong map. Whoops. But yeah, if anything, you have full confidence in yourself that you absolutely aced that challenge. And as you walk out into the central area again, you see there's a proud look on Ukuma's face. He says, "Ho ho ho! This looks like you had an easy time. You've only got a bit of snow on you. You still got all your fur."
So was Tracker coming out like a while after me, or
at
just
the
like
same
a few
time?
moments? Same time? Yeah.
Oh, actually, no. You got a good point. If Tracker's been gone like this many hours, Roki, you would have been here a long time. A lot longer than Tracker would have been. Yeah.
Just wondering what the hell's Africa for, and are they dead?
Aren't
You're alive! Well done.
Okay. The next test. Who wants to go? Roland or Stef?
Just flip a coin.
This one is Roland's, right?
Honestly, happy either way, guys.
Okay.
Yeah, just make a coin flip. Other even.
All right. It looks like
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No.
you know what? Go for Stef, because I really need to go to the toilet.
Okay.
Go for it then. There we go.
The bladder has voted.
The bladder.
Perfect.
We need
In
this
that
correct
case,
for
we'll do
that.
the test of isolation.
Test of don't go insane.
Oh, it's mighty stank here in the chamber. I wonder what this test stuff is all about. Yeah, I seem to know what they were doing.
You two find an empty chamber with the runes written above it, isolation. And as you pass through, you feel a howling of wind whip around your body. And cold frost coalesces around your scales before you feel yourself whisked away. Okay. The isolation test. This one's a bit weird. I'm gonna take you to the same map again. This is funny. So I'll take you right back to the same scene.
Same scene? What
Yep.
scene? What are you talking about?
You'll see.
Oh, I'm being in character.
Okay. Oh boy, oh boy. Except I don't imagine it's a blizzard this time. Just gonna get rid of that. Okay. Where is Stef? There he is. Just hide this. All right. So when you appear, you find yourself on the edge of a campsite. And you can see there is lots of hunters patrolling the exterior. Several of them do spot you, brandishing and of course they're going to brandish their weapon immediately. And they say, "It's a dragonborn! Could be more of those cultists!" Who are you?
I will approach, like, raising my hands in the air. I'm Stef. Cultist? Do you mean Kadrov and his folks? Like, he's my cousin, but like, don't get me wrong. We fought him and beat him back.
So you're enemies of them?
I mean, yes, I guess. Killed a bunch of them myself.
Stay where you are. One of them heads off and begins to relay some sort of message. The others begin to sort of surround you, waiting for a response. All right, you ought to follow me. Bjornhild, Solvik's daughter, wants to speak with you.
Oh, yes, sure. We'll lead the way.
You are led deeper into the camp, where you see almost all the warriors appear to be sharpening their weapons. And finally, you come towards the massive chief's tent, and you see one of the great warriors lift up the tent flap and kind of escort you in. And they say, "Queen of the Tiger Tribe, Bjornhild, Solvik's daughter, this is the outsider we mentioned." And you see there is a woman who is sat down next to a very large saber-toothed cat, and she seems to be also sharpening her great axe. And the saber-toothed cat is like it's keeping a steady eye on you, clearly. But yeah, this muscular woman stands to her feet. You see, she has like these bones like on a mantle around her cape, shaved head, many battle scars, and although she has an incredibly fierce-looking demeanor, she immediately sort of smiles when she sees you, and says, "Auril has blessed us." She turns to the rest of her warriors. "You can rejoice! The Frostmaiden has sent one of her emissaries to watch our camp while we complete our mission."
Oh, well, I'm sorry, there have been a lot of assumptions. I wouldn't call myself an emissary. That's kind of new information for me.
"You bear the mark." And she gestures to above your head, where you look up and realize there is a spinning, floating symbol of the Frostmaiden, a six-pointed snowflake.
Oh, how did that get there? Well, I guess I'm an emissary. Yes, chosen by fate, it seems.
Indeed. The Frostmaiden has blessed us this day. We are about to do battle. Your presence here is a good omen. It means...
You are to do battle? With whom?
Oh,
Why?
yes.
Have you tried making friends yet?
Friends. No. The other tribes are our direct competition. It's survival of the fittest out here, Stef.
Oh, you certainly seem very fit, and your fleshy companion over there as well. And I will.
This is Grava.
I will approach the cat and attempt to pat it on the head.
Give me an animal handling check.
You know that I would do that. On handling.
Oh no. I think we're going to see it suddenly swat you back, much like a vicious cat would if it was someone tried to move it off a shelf or something.
In a quick reaction, activate my shield spell for that.
Shield? Yeah, no problem. The claws scrape down your magical barrier, sending sparks across the snow. And Bjornhild kind of just laughs and says, Grava doesn't take well to strangers.
You know, he's a big kitty. They just like playing.
This is good, though. It seems as though you have a knack for magic.
Oh, yes, I am the greatest wizard this part of the world has ever seen, if I may say so.
Excellent. I was worried just leaving one of my grunts here would not be enough. But you have talent. You will make a fine steward whilst we are gone.
Oh. So guarding the camp is emissary work now?
That's right. We're going to be gone a long time. We're planning to have a complete victory this time. No survivors.
I see. Well, that certainly doesn't sound like foreshadowing.
Well, with your presence, I feel my odds are in favor.
Well,
She looks around and...
But I'm not gonna scrub the latrines, just so we're clear.
Scrub the what? The sheets.
The latrines.
Oh, the latrines. She says, no. We don't use latrines out here. But I do expect you to keep the fire lit. The tents maintained. And, well, I want a nice warm meal when I get back as well. In readiness. We should only be gone 3 days.
I see.
Please, make yourself at home here.
Sure. What do you have? Do you have living quarters for me? Maybe with some.
Take whichever tent.
Oh.
Take any of the hunter's tents.
Mm.
The chief's one is, of course, off limits.
I see. Do you have anything here to pass the time? Like, I don't know. Scrolls, books.
She kind of raises an eyebrow. We Tiger Tribe are not known for our scribes. We are known for our ruthless warriors, though. I can assure you there will be quite the bounty when we return. But until then, you will have to make yourself occupied.
I see. Where can I find the firewood for the fire?
Says there's a supply over there, and she gestures to the northeast of the camp.
Uh-huh.
It should be enough for 3 days.
3 days.
Again, we plan to return with many more supplies, so.
I see. Well,
anyway,
then, go with the blessing of Oro, I guess, and may the Frostmaiden be with you.
She smiles and she lets out a cheer, and almost like a tiger-like roar from Grava as well. There's a similar cheer from the hunters and warriors outside, and as she lifts up the tent flap, blows the last filings off of her great axe and hefts it into the air and says, "All right, Tiger Tribe, let's go hunt some elk." And with that, she begins to form up a hunting party. They take a lot of the sleds, though they probably leave a couple behind, but otherwise, you see they are mostly taking everything with them. Every single hunter here is on this mission, like the whole lot of them.
I see.
So I'm just going to make them invisible. There we go. You are left to attend to the fire and wait for their return.
Yeah.
So what does Stef do in the first few hours that they are left all alone here?
Well, I guess I will go meditate in the tent, and every couple of hours, I don't know, I'm not a camping expert. I will tend to the fire and like chuck some more firewood in there to keep it going.
Yeah, that's easy enough. So, on the subject of not being a expert, I will actually make you roll a survival check.
Keep the fire going?
Okay, nice. Not only do you keep this one going, you can also keep other ones going if you really wanted. That does seem a little bit...
I'll focus on the fire in the middle.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right. So you let the other ones kind of simmer out and die.
Yep.
It's fine. The central one is all you need. And it is enough warmth to keep you to keep you basically shielded from the cold. Not going to make you roll any frost saves as you just keep this big old pile of wood continually burning.
Do I get like
but I will
long
roll.
rest or short rests between all that? Or
This is just the first few hours, but you can start to bed down for a long rest if you wanted.
Yeah, sure. I'll head for a long rest and adjust my spellbook a little.
Okay. Sure thing.
I will do a long rest, I guess. And spellbook.
Well,
give me...
one quick question. If you're long resting, how are you going to keep the fire going during those 8 hours that you're asleep?
Can I summon my familiar and instruct him to keep the fire going?
Yes, you can. Chibbles enters the scene.
Then we're gonna do it like that, and we're gonna take turns, I guess. He can also rest.
Is Chibble still an octopus, or will you need to resummon them as a monkey?
Summoned him here in the dream sequence, I would resummon him as a monkey.
Okay. I will need to knock off the incense for it, though.
I will. Where is the incense?
Side note, if you're summoning Chibbles, Angberduke will go back to the islands.
Oh. Point.
Will he go?
I mean, yeah, that's
That's
what you instructed them to do.
Okay, then let's not do that, I guess.
Okay. What else have you got instead?
I guess I will risk the fire going out and attempt to restart it again. But I wish to change my spells.
Okay.
All
right. The fire will go out if not attended to. You are huddled up in a tent at the moment, I assume. It is fairly well insulated. The tents are well made. They do keep out the cold. That said, it does feel as though your unconscious mind is starting to feel it creeping in through the tent, just slowly grabbing a hold of your body and sapping every little inch of degrees of temperature from it. And as you're sort of just laying there, I need you to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Sure, wisdom saving throw.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you can't help but feel there's like something lurking out there. Just the occasional howling of wind. Maybe it hits one of the tents at an angle and clatters the wood. Perhaps you hear the crackle of the fire as it's still cooling down. And maybe there is a distant howl occasionally, just a wolf on the hunt, perhaps. But it's so distant that it feels as though it's not a threat. But maybe it does get curious enough to come into the camp and scavenge around, but you don't hear it getting anywhere. You don't hear the crunching of snow directly outside the tent. You basically wash these sounds off. Just sounds that you would perhaps hear from just the wind. And you do find sleep eventually. And so your first night goes without a hitch. You are able to get that long rest and rejig your spells.
Well,
apart upon waking up, you see the fire has gone out.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to make me a survival check to get it back up.
I cannot move out of the tent, by the way. There's a wall blocking me. Thank you. Sure.
Yeah, it takes you a moment to figure out how the tent flap works.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of toggles.
Well.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Well, you are unable to get this thing started. The snow is also a little bit annoying. It's still, it's a light snow, but it's not like awful. It's not like a blizzard. That would be impossible. You wouldn't even attempt to make a fire in this. But a light snow does continue to simmer out and rob you of any progress. And your hands start to get numb as you're fiddling around with these twigs and trying to get the friction going. It just makes your hands colder and colder. This leads to more mistakes, as in a frustrated moment, you have to get up, go get more, because these snap. Tripping in the snow, trying to get more logs. These are heavy things as well. Dragging them over is exhausting. I need you to make a frost saving throw, as you are without fire, for a good chunk of this. Okay. Good job. You have a great deal of warmth from your clothing, and I believe also you've got, what's it called? No, you don't have a magic. I do. Yeah, you just have everything, right? So that's just the full kit. Cool. All right. Despite that, despite the cold creeping in, you still have no chance of lighting this fire as of right now.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything else? A method you could do?
Well, I guess the problem is that the wood is a bit wet. Maybe I will search one of the tents for dry wood, or even some parchment or pelts, something that's like easily flammable. And I will put that. Like, do I find such a thing? I assume.
Yeah, let's go with a. You will find them, but I want to see what else you find whilst you're going in them. Give me a perception check. Okay. When you search through these, you find a couple of scraps here and there, but you do recall in the chief's tent there were finer furs, and they would go up really quick in a fire for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And so you enter into them, even though this was mainly told to go off limits, at least for sleeping in.
Do I enter? Do I get a choice here?
Yeah, you can choose not to go in there if you don't want to, but this is your perception check. You see shit in here.
Yeah, but I would choose not to go inside personally. Or at least,
you don't see anything.
I don't think I'm that desperate. I just like the scraps and stuff, and instead I will use some of my own supplies in an attempt to maybe jumpstart a fire, because I'm carrying with me a vial of alchemist fire.
Okay. Yeah, that would work.
Yeah.
You could expend that. That would just get the fire going, no problem.
Yep, I will use the alchemist fire to jumpstart the thing again.
Nice. All right. Yeah, knock that off your sheet. Just smash it. In a moment of frustration, just smash it over the fire, and then poof, it makes your own fire just instantly and relights the thing. Perfect. Okay. As the spark rips into the air and the smoke rises, you swear you see something out of the corner of your eye, like flinch from the flash, and goes to duck behind one of the nearby tents.
Do I get a perception check to like maybe catch more of it, like recall something?
You don't really see it. It's out of the corner of your eye, whatever it was. You just saw movement.
Can you point me to the tent?
Sure. This one.
Okay. Well, I have nothing.
Actually, no, because it's the corner. It'll probably be this one.
Okay. Since I have nothing better do right now, I will activate my Ring of X-ray vision. Why do I have to make a Constitution saving throw?
Because you're using something that is not.
Before taking a long rest, you
automated.
must succeed a DC 12 Constitution, but that's after I use it again after the first time. It says in the description.
Yeah, don't worry about that then. Just
Okay.
ignore that.
Yeah, it's just
Okay,
like
so-
repeated uses should trigger. And I
And does it
slowly
give you X-ray vision out to how far? 30 feet.
30 feet, and I can see through like 2 foot of stone. Sorry, 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, 3 feet of
Nice.
wood or dirt. I assume I can see through tents with that.
Okay. Then yes, you do see through this tent.
Mhm.
And on the other side, there is an incredibly large vulture that seems to have been rooting around in the tents recently.
Mhm.
And it's trying to keep its head low, but it doesn't know that you can see it.
Mhm.
So it's slowly trying to like hop away from the tent. These ones are gone out, just remember. What do you do?
Looking at this thing, does it seem like aggressive, or is it just a carrion hunter? Like
Yeah, it's a
before you keep
vulture.
moving
It's,
it away, I would like to see it on the other side here. So
it's scavenging.
scavenging. Okay. The rider on the token that's there, that's not actually there,
Just
right?
ignore.
Well,
It is a vulture. If it had a rider on it, I would have mentioned that.
so I have a rules question here. I want to cast a spell. The spell specifies a target I can see within range. Since I have X-ray vision, right, I can see it, but there is like a direct thing.
What's the spell?
Mind Whip.
Mind whip. Okay.
It only says a creature I can see within range.
It's a second level, isn't it?
It's a second level as well, yes.
Yep. Okay then. So yeah, you'll be able to hit it from there through the tent.
I will Mind Whip this thing.
All right. Go ahead. Ooh, wow! It rolled like an 18 on its save.
Oh my
I
god.
think it succeeds there.
Yeah, it succeeds.
It's
Barely.
certainly caught off guard, but it seems as though it was already understanding there was a threat nearby. It could run into some danger at some point. It immediately begins to flap its wings and flap away. It does 60, 120 feet into the air.
Yep.
And
Okay.
away.
Well, I'll go back to the fire.
Okay.
After
a few hours, what is it Stef is up to during that time?
Do I like find? I know that they're like a scavenger tribe or whatever, a hunter tribe, but do they have like some writings laying around the tents or whatever?
You recall seeing something of like scrimshaw carvings in the chief's tent. Otherwise, the other hunters, they just seem to hold weapons and the bare necessities for survival. They are not scribes in the slightest. They're a warrior tribe.
Well, I will just keep tending to the fire. Maybe read through my journal.
Okay. After a few hours then of complete and utter stillness and isolation, it does seem to get a little bit lonely. Just no one around. Effectively exhaust reading over your and you almost kind of wish that vulture had come back, or maybe even not wanted to get rid of it, because it's like, well, it's the only interaction you've had this entire day, it feels. Other than that, it's just continual snow.
Mm-hmm.
But the hours stretch on into the afternoon and it becomes incredibly dark.
Mm-hmm.
You've got the alchemy fire going on it still. I imagine so long as you keep feeding that logs, it will probably stay lit.
Mm-hmm.
So occasionally you do have to get up, head over, grab another log and drag it back in.
Yep.
During those moments of reprieve from the fire, you do see off in the distance there is the mountain of Kelvin's Ken all the way to the south. And there is a small copse of trees as well, somewhere to the northwest.
Mm-hmm.
And other than that, the only other thing of note is the shimmering aurora that appears overhead as you go to turn and look around. It must be Oral spinning her spell. And the afternoon turns to night. You start to feel your eyes getting heavy. Although you could push on, and rather than try and sleep, because you won't really need a long rest at this point,
Mm-hmm.
the option to push on through the night means you have to roll a Constitution save. On a failure, you get exhaustion.
Do I have the options of like maybe doing some short rests, like sleep for 2 hours, then keep the fire going?
Yes. How are you going to wake yourself up, though?
How am I gonna wake myself? That's an interesting question. That is an interesting question indeed. Let me. Oh, I have an idea.
Okay.
Well, I'll. Hey, Nod, you there?
Not does not respond to you.
Does not respond. Okay. Well.
The bag is on you. It's on your person, though. And it still has the same face as before.
Okay. Then I have a different question.
You can roll me an insight check as well on top of that.
Okay.
Because it is odd not to respond to you. You swear you see there is still life in them. Their eyes kind of turn away from yours. As almost as if they're just trying to break eye contact. They don't want to talk to you, maybe?
Okay.
But they're still alive. Alive. They're still animate.
I see. They're still animated. Well, okay, different plan of action. In this camp of hunters, right? Do I maybe find any discarded carcass of an animal? That wolf, that deer, anything?
Yeah, so I mentioned like Bjornhild Slovigzotter even has like mantle of bone as her as a like a part of her like attire. There are skulls. There are
Okay, sweet.
probably carcasses. They probably had a big meal, like a feast,
Yeah.
before they headed out. And so yes, there would be.
So my idea here is I have the spell Animate Dead, which lets me control an undead servant for 24 hours, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can also instruct that to do stuff while I'm asleep, I assume.
Oh, yeah.
So
Okay. You can mentally command it.
Yes.
And it
I
will
will
follow them
just-
as best as its ability.
Yeah, I will. That means I can even long rest if I want to, because it lasts 24 hours, right? Let's make a skeleton.
Okay.
And I just instruct the thing to throw some firewood from the pile over there to here every other hour. Keep the fire going. While
All
I
right.
take a nap, a long rest, I guess, to recover my spell slots, and that way I can just keep the skeleton going if I want to, right?
Yep, I think so. As long as you cast it every, what do you say, every 24 hours, right? Or is it 8 hours?
Yeah. For the purposes of now, I don't know how much time it's supposed, but I'll take a long rest then.
Okay. I need you to make an intelligence saving throw at the end of this.
Intelligence.
Well, actually,
saving. There we go.
Okay. That's a good success.
I hope it went.
You know what this is.
I know what
the pulsing returns. Starts off as a distant little thrum, but then after a while seems to be pounding at the front of your mind, and it's almost ordering you to get up and get going. Move towards that signal, wherever that may be. Don't know exactly what this language is though, but it's just giving you that sense that you should be doing something, and inaction is the worst possible outcome. But you also have an important matter here. This may feel like you're doing nothing, but ultimately you remind yourself this is a test of the Frostmaiden, and you have no idea what the consequences could be, but they didn't seem to be good. And with that conviction, you manage to push back this pulsing urgency and compartmentalize it away. So you do not suffer any negative consequences from that, at least. This is now the second day, I believe. It's this. Wait, 1, 2. Actually, this is the third day, but you're expecting them to come back like tomorrow, effectively.
I have a feeling they won't be back, but sure.
Okay. Well, the firewood is starting to dwindle. Now you see the skeleton who's been ordering. He does it very systematically. He doesn't do it like when it's about to go out. He just does it like on the hour, every hour, grabs another piece of wood and drags it over, places it, and then waits.
Yeah.
And you see, as you get up, he's got through quite a lot of the wood. There's probably only enough for 1 day's worth left. What do you do during this day, though?
Well, during the day, I'll guess I'll build a snowman. Pass the time.
That's to keep yourself sane, is it?
Yeah,
Just build a snowman.
I'll craft it in the image of Tracker, like just a Tabaxi snowman.
All right. Nice. You know what? Give me a survival check to see this. Actually, I think it's more like charisma. It's more of an artsy thing, isn't it? Just give me a straight charisma check.
Why do you do this to me?
Because it's going to be the worst looking snowman ever.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, not bad. 13, yeah. Yeah, it's got some tracker elements to it, right? Like it's got the ears. You find some twigs. They work as whiskers.
Yeah.
And there's animal carcasses, so you can grab some of the claws and stick them on in the snow hands.
We'll give him some claws
Nice.
and the pelt, I guess.
Pelt. Yeah, this is the tiger tribe. You might as well have a pelt somewhere around here, and you may find one in Tracker's colors. So it's a semi-decent depiction of Tracker.
Mm.
Interesting. Okay. This is like what is it? This is like Castaway, where he gets the football and he's just making a little.
I'll make my own.
He's making Wilson. That's it. You've made your own Wilson, but your own Tracker. Awesome. Well, okay. You see, there's another thing you see. Nord sort of almost looks towards this, and you see his eyelids are like half closed. He does not look impressed, in other words, when you do this.
Okay. Well, I'm happy for your input, Nod. If you want to give any. And well, I'll
It shakes his head.
Okay, but he does respond with gestures. Okay. Yeah. Well, I guess I could just keep going on with my day.
Okay.
I guess I'll make snowmans of the entire party. Like Roland. Roki.
Nice. Yeah. One after another, you complete your little snowman, and do you put them all in a little line, or do you like put them in a circle?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
I'll like put them all next to each other and make them do like silly poses. Like kind of like you know the Dragon Ball, like the fighters from the Namek arc.
Oh yes, of course.
Yeah, we're gonna go with that.
All right. Well, nice. There they are. Where did Tracker go? Oh, he's invisible. That'd be why. Just gonna reveal you for a moment as I make snowmen out of you. There we go. That's a little snowman party. Nice. Well,
I guess I'll pass the last day doing that, and then we come to the next.
The day does go by with relative ease. It feels as though making these snowmen was a nice little pastime just to keep yourself occupied and in a right sense, a right mind. You can go ahead and long rest. Your skeleton will need to be recast, but that's not a problem. Just use a spell slot and you're back up. Make me one more intelligence saving throw then.
Intelligence saving throw. There we go.
15. You definitely awaken sometime during the night. It is due to a headache that is just splitting your mind in two. One half obviously wants to complete this test. The other wants you to get up and start marching south towards the spine of the world. You kind of get these flashing images once again, colliding into the mountain, crashing into and making a crater in the snow. And just remember your body kind of being numb and frozen. And last time this happened, you weren't able to awaken. You were left there lying in the snow, completely almost brain dead. But this time you do wake up, but you do feel a little bit muddled. And you're going to be stupefied today. But at least you weren't like a frozen corpse. Otherwise, you feel like you would have never woken up. This day is it's supposed to be the day they come back, and so as you're looking around, waiting for them, you are starting to run out of wood, and they did say that they wanted a meal prepared for the last day, so that when they return, they would have a feast ready. Do you attempt to cook them anything?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Hey, give me a survival check then.
Oh, with disadvantage, nice. It's disadvantage, right?
Yeah, it's a wisdom check, so afraid so. Could be
Wow.
worse though. You managed to find the cooking equipment. You set up like the spit. You get the cooking pot on the stove. You begin heating up some snow, turning it into water. Add some spices. You're getting a broth going. Yeah, it's not the worst. You're maybe not the connoisseur of flavors, but you are cooking meat. That much is happening, for sure. And it's at that point you see the skeleton drag over the last log and dump it onto the fire, and goes to turn as to return to get more, and then it stops, and then just arms. Well, it hasn't got arms. It's probably some sort of animal, right? So its mouth just hangs there open.
Yep.
It's staring directly at the empty pile of logs.
Mm-hmm. Well, and this is the third day. Should they already have returned? Should I panic or?
You're expecting them,
Mm-hmm.
and after a moment, I'd say like after an hour, still no sign of them. Another hour, the fire gets slightly dimmer. The cooking has gone not cold, but I mean it's past its prime when it would have been ready to be consumed.
Uh-huh.
There's like a skin kind of forming on the top of the sauce.
You did mention there was a forest to the northwest.
There was, yeah, the copse of trees, indeed.
How far to the northwest?
Well, if it's within sight, then it can't be that far. I'll say probably about 3/4 of a mile.
Okay. Let me read something here really quick. Well, so the skeleton that I have, right? It says I can only give it commands as long as it's 60 feet within me, right? But will it continue to carry out commands when I send it further away?
You mean like?
Yeah. Could I send it to the
no,
forest,
check.
pick up stuff, and bring it back here?
Yeah, let me check.
The spell doesn't specify.
On each of your turns, you can use a bonus ability command in creature, as long as it's within 60 feet. Okay. No, you don't have to be within 60 feet for it to carry out its task, only when you order it.
Yeah. Well, I will instruct it to go to the forest, pick up any branches it can find on the ground, and bring them back here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It begins. It immediately turns. Its
I
creaky
guess
bones walk off.
to keep the fire going, I will dismantle one of the tents on the outside. Or they have sleds back here, right? Can I assume there's?
There were a few sleds.
Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, they have like sleds back here, down here, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I will start using some of the sleds to keep the fire going. Like the wood from them.
Okay. Yep, that sounds fine. You can just smash it up, break it into pieces. It's not hard to dismantle it, and you just chuck the pieces on the fire. Keeps it going.
Yep.
You wait in a good maybe hour later, the skeleton returns with a bundle of twigs, sticks in its mouth.
Yeah.
It hasn't been able to carry too much, though.
Yeah.
Just
But it
a
doesn't
bundle.
get tired, right? So it can just continue doing that.
You can, if you would like it to go back and start again.
Yeah, basically we're gonna keep it in a cycle every 24 hours or whatever. I'm gonna recast the spell on it to extend it by 24 hours, right? So I have a machine here that's carrying firewood back and forth.
Okay. When it comes back, one point, it's got something in its mouth that isn't a twig, and it opens its jaw, and a pile of twigs drop to the ground, and a bone.
Between all of that has another day passed, so I can do a long rest.
Not yet. Okay. No, a bone drops to the ground, and it doesn't pay any mind. It immediately turns back around and begins heading back.
Oh, well, I'm gonna go inspect the bone.
Give me a medicine check. It's unfortunately still disadvantage. 10?
Yeah.
Okay. You can tell it's humanoid, but it's very, very small.
Oh, so it's like the bone of a child.
Or maybe a goblin or halfling or gnome. You're not sure, but it's a small humanoid, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
An hour elapses, and it returns, drops off more twigs, and there's another bone amongst them.
Is that bone any bigger?
And
is it the same?
It's pretty much the same, yeah, approximately the same. This is like a rib this time. And one thing you notice about the twigs that they're giving you is they are the perfect kindling. Like, some of them are even charred already. Like, they've been used on a fire before. And so it may be just like it's scooping these up from a campsite or something.
Yep.
And these bones are getting caught up with it.
Well, I'm not gonna think too hard about it yet. I'll just keep the loop going, keep the fire going. Maybe they got drunk along the way from their victory. Who knows? Staying optimistic.
Yeah, okay, keeping an optimistic mind for now. It's not the worst thing. Just waiting another day like this. You've got your setup going. It's working. After a long few hours, though, that does seem to be at its wit's end, that sentiment. And you have yet no choice but to return to your tent and wait out another cold night.
Yep. I guess you want a new saving throw from me? Saving throw?
Yes, please,
is this saving throw at disadvantage now, or is it a normal one? Like, am I just gonna be
technically it is.
What? So I'm just
technically it would be.
Yeah, so I'm just forever stupefied, is what you're saying?
No, not if you're... That's not true, no. Because you just rolled a success there and you're no longer stupefied, so you are fine. And you're too concerned on the mission at hand to worry about this pulsing. And now you're maybe even getting a little bit either worried, maybe frustrated. What's going through Stef's head as it's now the second day? And are they still optimistic?
Yeah, I guess he's still optimistic.
Okay. I mean, they did say they were going to battle, but there's a strong possibility they all died as well. But
yeah, that's what I told them.
Yeah, they did send their full force though. Every single member of this tribe went to do this.
Even the children.
Well, they didn't have. Oh, that is Well, Steph, that's something that finally does cross your mind. And it occurs to you the moment you get out of your tent, pull the tent flap, and you're thinking, even the children. And that's when you look towards the fires, and there is a great deal of bones that they've collected over the course of this. Splinters of it everywhere. There's even a cracked skull, and it is tiny. And you remember there was no children in that war band whatsoever.
Yeah. Well, let me read through animate
Like
that
every
again.
settlement, every settlement has children. Otherwise, how do you continue your existence? But not one. You can continue animate dead. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm thinking
You've even got enough bones to animate something else if you really wanted. But
that is actually the plan right now. I'm just reading if I can create a second creature, but no, that's only on higher levels. Yeah.
you can. You just use multiple spell slots.
Oh, I can.
Yeah, it will mean that. How long do they last? They last 24 hours, right?
Yeah.
So you can animate 2 undead because you have 2 third levels.
I'll have 1 undead child, please.
1 undead child coming right up. This is a little bit unnerving to witness as you see all these tiny bones begin to piece themselves back together, and some of them look mismatched. It is not just one child. You see some bones look larger than others, so they're kind of like leaning to one side with a mismatched set of ribs, a collarbone that kind of sticks out at an odd, awkward angle, and a cracked, tiny skull lent to one side.
Well, I guess I've just doubled my workforce. And I'll instruct the second skeleton to like do the same thing but take turns now. So like, so it's more efficient.
Well, as it happens, the animal has pretty much come back with less and less twigs each time. In fact, it's kind of fortunate you weren't like muddled or frozen in your sleep this morning, because when you look at the fire, it is getting dimmer, and you would need at this point logs rather than just picking up twigs.
Yeah, I will
like that. Yeah.
I will scour the tents for like an axe.
Yep, you find one.
Yeah, give it to the child skeleton, and slightly change the instruction to like chop off some trees, like larger things from the trees and stuff, but basically keep collecting. And I'll send the animal thing with it so they can carry more stuff back, right?
Okay, to carry the logs whilst one chops the trees down.
We're gonna chop this entire forest down if we have to.
If we have to. All right, yeah. You send Gareth off to go chop down some trees, and
I support child labor.
he apparently so.
Does Gareth wear a crown?
No, you just threw that out there anyway. There is a longer period between when they come back, but when they do finally have logs that you can stick on the fire. And yeah, you also see out of the snowmen, it looks as though Roki has melted. The other 2 are intact.
Only Roki has melted.
Only Roki, yeah. Some reason.
Well, can I? Well, I'll go check that out. That's a curious phenomenon, and like try to figure out why he's the only one that melted. Like, maybe I'll even cast a ritual, like detect magic.
Yeah, some snowmen, it's just their time. It looks as though this one just didn't have as much compact snow. Though it does seem odd because the others are in good nick. A detect magic spell, though, would it reveal any magic going on in here? Yes, there is. There is... First of all, there's necromancy coming from the bones near the fire. As for the snowman, that appears to be some sort of divination.
Can I point out where the magic is coming from?
Yeah, the snowman on Roki, that's divination. And
This
the
snowman-
necromancy is coming from the fireplace.
I've always enjoyed a little experimenting. I'll go pick up some of the bones with like the necromancy stuff, right? Walk back over to the snowman and stick the bones inside Roki. The snowman Roki. And like watching out if there's any like strong reaction to this or.
You don't see any reaction, not from Roki, no, or the snowman of Roki. I don't think you do see any reaction from the bones either. But as you go to turn back round, staring back at you, standing over the fireplace, is the spirit of a young child. And they seem to have their arms folded, and they're seemingly scorning right back at you.
Well, hello there, child.
They say, in kind of a almost echoing voice, I can't believe you'd do that to my bones!
Oh, those were yours?
Yes! What's wrong with you?
I mean, you don't need those bones anymore.
They're the only thing left of me.
Oh well, do you want to leave something behind in this world?
No. I'd rather leave this world.
Then, tell me what keeps you here. What's your name, child?
Maybe I could borrow your bones.
Oh, well, let's not get too hasty here. How about introduction first? I'm Stef. What is your name?
There. He kind of thinks for a moment. I don't remember a Stef from our tribe.
Oh,
Who are you?
Well, Bjorn Hill told me to watch over your fire and tents and stuff while they go do battle with the Elk tribe.
Mother told you that?
Yeah. Can you not see? I'm an emissary of Oro. And I point to the snowflake over my head.
She seems to suddenly scowl again in your direction, and she does not look to like this at all. She says, Oral. That's what my mother said when she... The ghost gets closer towards you. Looking at the symbol, whilst their ethereal form slowly coalesces the snow. I don't like Oral very much.
Oh, You're not alone in that. I don't like her very much either. She took a friend of mine.
She then sort of stops, coming to a halt, like maybe just a couple of feet from you. You don't?
Well, I have no idea what's up with this situation. I just kind of walked into a chamber. My friends, you see the snowmans back there that are supposed to be now. They said something about the test, and I woke up here with this snowflake over my head. Your mother said I'm some kind of emissary. I don't believe much in it, you know. But yeah, that's
My
kind of.
mother serves Oro. She said that she does everything in her name. She believes that Oral champions her.
I don't think Oro champions anybody. But you know, that's the thing with adults. They make themselves important a lot. Should have seen my instructors at the academy. Each and every one of them thought they were the mightiest wizard in the realm. Couldn't even prevent the bag from getting stolen.
More important than their own sons or daughters?
I've heard the tales. Is that why there is no children here? Did they sacrifice you all in the name of some mad god?
She seems to slowly nod.
Well, you see, I didn't want to desecrate your bones. I'm just a very practical person. Not the most empathic at times, but I meant no harm. You say you want to leave nothing behind, but maybe others should still hear your tale as a sign of warning. Look, I have a journal here. I can write down your story if you want to.
It's not a very nice story.
Oh, all stories have value.
It ends in pain and flames.
Well, it strikes me your mother was not the wisest, honoring a goddess of winter with fire. Doesn't seem very productive. Do you wish to tell me your story anyway? I'm sure there were things before the fire.
Some of us were thrown into the sea of moving ice. So yes, I think I was one of the earlier ones. She does seem to agree to tell the story. This line of questions seems to open them up, and they do begin to spill more and more information about their mother, Slovic's daughter.
I will meticulously write anything down.
They say that she is fearless. Used to have a husband named King Korald. That wasn't my father, though. And she fought alongside him many battles. After a frost giant's mammoth companion slew him. And then my formidable mother took his place.
A frost mammoth, you say? Where was this from here? I've met such a creature.
I don't know. It's a long time ago.
I see.
Now my mother worships the Frostmaiden. She's ruthless. She believes that actual ice flows through her veins.
Well,
she thinks if she can live forever, she doesn't need any heirs to preserve her legacy. I think she intends to receive a blessing, maybe for her unwavering faith. She'll become the chosen of Oral.
Well, I don't know if it brings you any solace, but your mother is 3 days overdue after she went to battle, along with your entire tribe. I don't think she was chosen for anything but an icy grave.
She looks back at her own grave and realizes the bones are still kind of mismatched. It's at this point I think the skeleton returns as well, with more like logs. And she says, I wish I had a grave. Maybe then I could finally leave.
Oh, if it's a grave you want? Like, question for this game master, like, with the skeleton and all the bones around, would I, like, be able to somehow identify if her bones are, like, complete?
Yeah, you probably could find the majority of them, seeing as wherever they gathered them from came to an end, right? They gathered almost everything they could, all the twigs, and so with those twigs, probably all the bones. But you can just ask them; they might know as well.
Okay. Well, would you say that all of your bones are here? All that's left of you?
There's a few missing. Not all of them. I can't feel my arm.
Okay. With the logs that I have here, right? I would like to have the animal skeleton keep the fire going, and I will travel with her and the small skeleton to the forest. Well, show me your resting place.
Okay, we'll head out there.
Yeah.
She beckons and begins to slowly float off towards the forest.
Yeah.
And let's see, where is it? Somewhere around here. Sea of Moving Ice. Forest. Which map is it? But yeah, you do find the copse, and you find where the trees have been slowly chopped away. And of course, there is a clearing that the spirit takes you all the way towards. Ah, yes, here we are. Let's get rid of these.
I have a feeling you wanted me to go here way earlier.
Not necessarily. You found a good way of kind of circumventing that. Makes sense to you. Okay, here you go. There's some more of the party snowmen just watching you from the corner.
Yeah.
Alright. The ghost hovers around for a moment. Says, this is where they burnt us.
Can you...
There seems to be like a large brazier in the middle, and it's empty. You can see scrape marks, and it's as though the snow has been scooped up and out of it, so it's no longer buried anymore. But the rest of the altar, whatever it was, has crumbled over time and half buried in the snow. But the brazier is very clearly visible, with all these kind of runes on the outside.
Can I read the runes?
Yes, you can, and they appear to be... Well, give me an Arcana check as well on top of this.
I mean, I could just cast Comprehend Language. But
Sure, but
let's go with Arcana.
this is... Yeah, okay, cool. Smash it out the park. So you do understand these are some sort of spell inscribed into the actual... what's it called? Brazier. And I'm just going to check wizard spells, because I'm almost certain I know which one it is. Third level should be down here. Okay. Here it is. Magic Circle. Yep. Magic Circle is the spell. It's an abjuration spell. And once it's cast, it's usually either a trapping spell that keeps things inside it, or you can use it to ward off creatures. Basically, a shell like protects you from the creatures trying to get in. So it can be used in one of two methods, but it creates an immovable barrier for certain types of creatures: celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and then most importantly, probably undead.
So my assumption is the girl cannot approach this thing?
The spell does only usually last like an hour, and once its duration is done, it's gone.
Oh, so the spell is no longer active. Got it.
Right. Yeah, in fact, because you would still probably have some detect magic up by the time you get here.
Yeah, or
yeah, it's not currently active.
And
yeah. But hey, I mean, given the fact that they are just the runes for a magic circle, you could even potentially copy this into your spellbook.
I see. So, well, where is your arm, girl?
She looks around for a moment. I thought it would be here with the others, but I don't see it. Maybe a wild animal found it and took it away.
I see. Do you, like, I don't know, sense any direction where it could be in? Any pull?
Excuse me. So she does look around for a moment and starts to perhaps hone in on a direction, but she's a little uncertain whether it's correct or not.
I'll just follow her.
Okay.
And I'll bring baby skeleton with me. I don't know where it went.
Oh yeah, they're somewhere.
Yeah.
So, after only about a few hundred feet, you start to come across what looks to be like some sort of den in the snow. And you can see paw marks going in and out. Perhaps this belongs to some sort of wild animal after all.
Yeah, well, I'll carefully approach the den, readying my blade song in case anything jumps me. And yeah, I'll approach the den.
Okay. You hear a voice coming from inside. It says, "I wouldn't come any closer if I were you."
Who goes there?
Wait. You saying you don't recognize my voice?
No. Question
You
mark?
don't remember your old friend?
Well, doesn't ring a bell so far. Maybe show your face? Never been good with voices.
Fine. If I must. You start to see something clawing its way out of the cave, and then comes to stand up on its full feet. And you see a dragonborn. It is Kadroth.
Well,
And they seem to be here in the flesh somehow.
oh,
And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
wisdom saving throw, you got it, big guy.
There is a moment when you're like, that can't be right. That. How could that possibly be Kadroth? You
Yeah.
saw him fly away with 2 gargoyles off in the distance.
I
In fact,
also
you
know
remember
where
he's
he
supposed
is
to be in a
in fact.
spire. Yeah, exactly. You know where he is as well. And there's just nothing that makes sense about this. Why would he be living in a den, like an animal's den? And then your vision kind of like shifts and blurs slightly. This den looks something other than just an animal's den. You start to see there are strange, like, bone formations around the top. It's like a skull of a antler, and how do I say it? It's like half and half. It's like merged into one. And then as you look into the den, it's like this impenetrable darkness.
Well, we can do this.
What are you gawking at, Stef?
Well, we can do this the easy or the hard way. I'm looking for the skull's arm. If you say who you are, which I don't believe, by the way, then tell me about the promise we made when we were younglings.
Roll me an intelligence saving throw.
Save throw, normal.
You feel something clawing into the back of your mind, trying to snatch memories from within your mind, and you're able to basically pull your head away from what feels like a metaphysical mind drill, and it suddenly sort of sneers in your direction as you're able to sort of pull your mind away. And at that point, it seems to be more vicious and says, You're resilient.
Well, you should try to play a wizard's game.
A wizard. A wizard.
Oh, a little bit more than a wizard. I will activate my blade song and initiate combat.
I will have fun devouring a wizard.
Are you really gonna throw an intellect devourer at me?
This thing seems to be almost an alien-like entity that's form is ever shifting, and the form of Kadroth almost melts away slightly in resemblance to that same skull that's on the top of the cave entrance. It's like that of a wolf, an deer's antlers, and there's this crow head on the other side as well, and it starts to maneuver towards you in this otherworldly, it's not a solid shape. It's more like a force of nature, whatever it is. But yeah, you can certainly start the blade song. Okay.
Let's roll.
Let's roll. Let's dance. Okay, I'm gonna roll on Kadroth for now. You can get this. You have got a child skeleton with you.
Yes, but I don't have control over it right now, so.
Okay, well, you can just tell me what you want it to do.
Yeah. Well, I'm going first.
Okay.
I'll start off by Intellective aura, huh? Well, I'll do this just because I like doing this.
A mind whip towards it.
Yeah.
Okay. As you try to find this creature's mind, you can see something in front of you, but as you try to lash out towards it, it's as though this thing just shimmers and just dissipates. And you hear this kind of sickening, echoing laughter from all around you.
Okay.
Fool. Fool. Fool.
Well, that's not very nice.
Whatever that was, it was clearly nothing more than an illusion.
Well, I will then. I mean, how do we proceed?
Well, that's your turn, effectively, unless you want to do anything else.
Yeah,
You can
I'll
send your
send
skeleton off somewhere.
I will send the skeleton into the cave, I guess.
Into it? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh boy. All right, your skeleton goes into the depths, the impenetrable darkness, and you can't even. Your 60-foot of dark vision should see beyond that veil, and yet it just disappears into it. Yeah. Okay. Well, then on its turn, then you see the mound begin to collapse in on itself, like almost as if it's just a maw in the earth, crunching the bones, and you hear that snapping of its bones like little twigs. And I'm not going to roll the damage. You just know that your skeleton is most definitely dead as the mound just collapses in and of itself.
Okay. Does that lift any of the darkness?
No, it's like it's fallen into the earth effectively.
Yes.
And almost now it's just like a flat plane effectively. The child is going to fall back from this as well. And you hear the when it hears the crunching of bones, probably says, I think I know what happened to my arm.
Oh,
This thing collects bones? What is it?
well, I'm not too certain yet. Does it do anything on its turn?
That is its turn. It destroys your skeleton.
Okay. So there is
Yeah,
magical darkness. How wide is this cave? Like, is it just a straight tunnel?
Well, it has fallen into the earth, so it's no longer a cave at this point, but rather there is still that effigy that sits in the snow, like that skull-like effigy remains there, but the cave itself is just crunched and collapsed.
Okay.
So, you could maybe wait for it to open up again. Should it do that? You saw there were like the effigies at the top as well. Formed. Yeah, there's like a bone-like effigy there.
Would
I'll place it on the map.
Would I like when I look at it? Would I see that the effigy is kind of like the source of its power? Like, can I make out anything there?
Possibly. It does seem otherworldly. It does look like it's amalgamated from different skulls and bones.
Mm. Well, I would like to back off a little bit. My turn again.
Okay.
And I would like to, sensing that kind of is the source of its power, just I assume I have like a straight line of fire because it's up in the air, right?
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
on the floor, yeah, but you could just shoot it if you wanted, yeah.
Yeah. I'll like stab a lightning bolt through the entire field of bones.
Okay. All right. So I will make a quick deck save for it. which... Oh, that's definitely a fail. Okay, the effigy just splinters into pieces. Though that a 30, that's a really high roll for a lightning bolt. It feels like anyway. Nah, maybe it's average. Anyway, it splinters the pieces into the floor.
It's about average actually. 86, right?
Sure. Well, you hear the rumbling of earth as well beneath your feet.
Yeah.
It is as though the earth around that ground is like shuddered from the pain of whatever it was.
Mhm.
Okay,
Anything
and is that your turn? Yeah.
Yeah, that's my turn. I backed off a little bit. I guess I'm gonna back
Okay.
off a little bit more.
I will roll something else in addition to that. Okay. So 15. Oh, yeah. So it does maintain concentration, and you're not sure exactly what it is or where it is, but you sense it creeping up the back of your mind once again. And yeah, just so happens you are really intelligent. Let's try your wisdom save instead. Yeah, give me a wisdom save. That's good. That's good as well. Yeah. Okay. You feel as though the cold grips your mind, and then you again know how this goes. You're able to pull away, but as you try to pull, you realize your feet are completely encased. That was actually just a decoy. The mind attack was nothing, but it's actually your feet that are like basically trying to be encased in snow and ice. And the ground around you is like completely latching onto your feet, but you can actually move away in time. You're able to just dodge from whatever this thing was about to do.
So on my turn, do I see anything now? Like anything popping up? Like did the damage I caused earlier to stand out, like something to stand out, or?
Yeah, you realize as you look down, the bones that are kind of moving around on the ground, they're rolling around and now in fragments and pieces, but they seem to be moving as though they're following something that is underground. So you can imagine like a magnet underneath a table, and all the shrapnel pieces of metal on the top of the table are like following the magnet underneath, and so these bones just rattling across the floor, trying to keep up with whatever's unseen or underneath you.
So it's literally underground, right?
Effectively, that's what you would surmise, but the only thing you got to hit at is this effigy, but it's bizarre.
Well, I'll keep blasting the effigy. This time 4 + 1. I know it failed the dex save earlier, so it's like 30 damage. Do I see how damaged the effigy is? Is it like slightly damaged?
Oh yeah, it's in pieces. Like I say, like it's clearly shattered, and now there's just shrapnel, like shrapnel and shattered bits of bone just following the ground around it.
Something there, like a conduit of magical energy that like keeps pulling the pieces together. Okay, I will attempt to finish that off. I mean, actually, can I? Yeah, I'll attempt to finish that off. I'll upcast a magic missile.
Okay.
I don't have a target, so I guess we roll that is 4.
A magic missile, you need to see the creature, right? This won't work on this creature. You won't be able to see. If you can't see it, you can't aim at it.
Oh, I'm not targeting the creature. I'm targeting the effigy.
Just the effigies. I mean, yeah, sure, you can just target those.
It's an object, right?
Yeah, it is an object.
Yeah, so I'm trying to attempt to break the effigy because I have nothing that works underground, right? And maybe
Okay. All right.
enrage it, come up or something, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So that would be 4d4 for damage, so roll 4d4 plus 4 because that would be 14 damage.
Okay. My Foundry just balked.
It should be 4 darts because I upcast it by 1 level.
Okay. Yeah, give me a moment. My Foundry just like clearly balked. I'm gonna have to reload. Jesus. All right. Come on. Sorry about this. Yeah, it kicked me out too. Love that. If you want, while you're waiting, roll me an Arcana check to ascertain exactly what the nature of this creature truly is.
We have an 18.
An 18. Okay. The fact that it's the actual mouth of it looked like a cave entrance.
Mhm.
Could well be that the creature itself is actually a cave.
Mhm.
That was very physical. If it crunched up bones, whatever this is, it must very well be able to, well, destroy creatures. So, and when you saw it, these from the top of the cave mouth, it looked like icicles and stalactites were hanging from it, very reminiscent of jagged teeth. It could well be some sort of elemental creature, and yet you've never seen a creature be able to use magic and talk so well intricately as a humanoid would. So it's some sort of creature that is both elemental and the bones kind of give you an idea, and maybe it's necromancy. 14 kind of tells you it's one of these two, but you're not certain.
18,
It'll be even a combination of both.
18, not
Oh,
14.
18. Right. Sorry, I was looking at your magic missile. Yeah, okay. Well, an 18, it could very well be like an animated creature that is using the land itself.
Mhm.
All right. Sorry, I'm back now. What was I going to do? Oh, yeah, it's turn. Okay, it seems as though you've basically beat it out on every single one of its intelligence and wisdom saves, so we're not going to bother doing this anymore. Instead, it is going to actually emerge.
Fight me, coward!
Rather than the ground closing in around you, this time it opens up beneath you. And I need you to make a dex save.
I have advantage on those, do I not?
Oh, yeah, you have advantage on those. Good day.
Yeah.
Well. Oh, is it? I thought it was acrobatics, not
Let's
dex
see here
saves.
what it says on the blade song specific. You have advantage on dexterity and then embraces acrobatics checks.
Okay,
So
sweet. Go for it.
acrobatics and dex
Nice.
would be my interpretation. Saving throw and then advantage. Well, that was a
What
terrible
did we
roll.
get?
13.
13. Okay. All right. So in that case, you are in fact crunched. The floor beneath you opens up, and as you fall down, you end up hitting past like these stalagmites, and they basically pierce into your body. You just land. It almost feels like a spike pit trap that just opened up, and you just fallen and landed straight into it. And you take 3d6 plus 4 piercing damage. You just land into the cave of the mouth. It's now like you're on the roof of the cave. And looking at yourself, you just stab through with these icicles. You are also grappled and restrained as you're impaled on the icicles.
Mm-hmm.
And for a moment, it's like gravity's been reversed. And you're not sure even how you got on top of the ceiling of the cave, but it is where you are. And there is an opening up above. You can still see the surface of the floor, but there are bones littered around here. As you look inside, there is just countless bones littering this cave. Animals, humanoids.
Yeah, I'm grappled and restrained, but that means I have to make a check to move again, right?
Yeah, your 0 speed means you can't move unless you use an action to get out, or, well, teleportation would also get you out, but...
Yeah, I'm thinking, do I see the creature now anywhere down there?
The creature is not a thing in this fight. There is no creature. It is a force of nature. It is like the land itself. And you are fighting against an animated cave, if anything. And so you are practically inside the creature. That's the best you can ascertain.
You, like, outside of character, like, is there anything I can fight here? Do I have any option? Because honestly, it's a bit frustrating.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, it's frustrating, but you are you're not sure what this enemy is until right this moment. You wasn't even sure if it was Kadroth until you realized that was an illusion. This creature fights in ways that are not comprehended. And right now, you can see the cave does look cracked. It does look damaged. That streak of lightning that blasted through here, you see shattered icicles, you see a ceiling that's kind of fissured.
I see.
But it's not a token that I'm going to be able to drag out because you are literally inside a cave right now.
I see.
It's more of a theater of the mind fight than anything.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can still cast spells and do stuff while I'm restrained, right?
Oh yeah. You can do whatever you want.
So I'm on the ceiling, right?
Yep. The cave has basically turned itself upside down, opened itself up, and you've fallen into the cave. It's like turned up. Yeah.
What I want to do here, and that's specifically what you told me about the spell Lightning Bolt and how it works. I will try to cast the lightning bolt into the cave and make it bounce off multiple walls without going back up.
Oh my god, yeah. That's exactly what it does do. It does bounce off walls. Holy shit. Alright. I guess I have no choice but to roll on that. What's it called? A disadvantage. I rolled a 6. That's definitely a fail.
I will... Oh, I don't have spells. Why do I not have spell slots? I only used one of them.
You probably because you were clicking around and accidentally used one up.
Yeah, okay. I'll just cast it then.
It was
is it a third level
Animate
spell?
Dead?
It is a third level spell, but I
You used Animate Dead at the start of the day.
We had a rest between that because I made a saving throw again. I just didn't click the long rest.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. We did have a long rest.
I will just give myself back one slot because otherwise it doesn't let me.
I will just
make this thing bounce like a million times harder. I don't know how wide the cave is, but this is 120 feet. So if it's
it's enough to bounce several times.
Yeah. I'm just rolling for damage at this point, and you can multiply the 31 by how many ever you want.
31. Don't worry, that'll definitely work. It's obviously going to only affect one creature at a time, but it's been 2 instances of 31 damages. This thing bounces every which way, shattering icicles, busting open holes. You see snow plumes just as if this cave is collapsing in on itself. And as it does, you see it just kind of crumble. All the bones are like regurgitated up into the air. And you land in a fountain of shrapnel and bone. Just I'm gonna just say you take a d6 of fall damage. Yeah, you fall up and out of the cave again. Like gravity re-reverses itself, and as you're spat out, you kind of land in bits of bone. Some of them stick into your scales, and yeah, you land and you see the cave, which was once a cave, just sort of close in around itself, and that echoing voice, whatever it was, whatever this faceless creature was, seems to let out this pained turmoil, like pained scream, as if its form has just been shattered into a million pieces, much like it did with its own bones. But it is most definitely still. After a few moments, you're just laying there, and you realize this combat is over.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess I'm still impaled, or do I need to like roll anything to get out of here? Or
Yeah, you just have to drag yourself to your feet and pull out these icicles and other bones.
Yeah.
But you're still alive. It's the most important thing.
Yeah.
The ghost looks around the bones and says, "Oh, I believe that one's mine," and like yanks it out of your neck.
Yeah, I'll collect her bones and, well, where would you like your resting place to be?
I don't mind where, so long as it's just a proper grave.
Maybe at home?
My home. I wouldn't want to go back home. My cruel mother is what reminds me of home.
Well, could you just maybe give me a bit of time? So about what you mentioned earlier, I would like to transcribe the runes into my spellbook for the magic circle thing here.
Yep, you can do that as long as you've got enough ink for it, which I
I
think you
have
do.
half a bottle of ink squid left in my thing.
Oh yeah, okay. So
I
you
guess
can
I'll
copy
knock that
magic
off,
circle down.
so it's empty.
Yeah, knock that off. Yeah.
Yes. I will import the magic circle myself later. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Well, I'll. Well, you wouldn't want to sleep here, right?
They shake their head.
I'll just like, guess walk out of the forest and like halfway between the camp and here, I'll dig out a grave for her.
Okay. Yeah.
And put her bones to rest.
He does not seem fussy with how the grave looks, and is happy to slowly begin to sort of sink into the earth. And you see
before you go, 1 second. You never told me your name.
Vera.
What? Can you type that in chat? Vera. Oh well, Vera. Wouldn't be a proper grave without a headstone, right? And I will try out of the dirt. I'm sure I've like picked up a stone, and I will carve her name into it. Vera.
Thank you. And I hope you stop my mother's cruel ways. Stop her from taking the lives of more children.
Not if I have anything to say about it. And I hope you rest well. Nobody deserves to be alone for that long.
They sort of look and tilt their head from him. Speak for yourself. You seemed very lonely in your camp.
I have friends waiting for me. That keeps me going.
All right. Well, with that said, I think we'll say go back to your camp. And at this point, another day does go by after a long, long time. You can even start bringing some wood with you.
Yeah, I'll bring some wood with me. I'll do a long rest, keep the skeleton going, yada yada.
Okay. Yeah, I think you've seemingly solved that at this point. So The only thing left to roll is these intelligence saves at the end of these long rests.
I'll do you one right now.
Mm-hmm.
19.
19. Pretty good. Okay. Yep. The pulsing has subsided, it seems. Almost as if it's given up. Maybe it's just so distant. Maybe it's the pain of your other wounds that have just basically kept you distracted.
Yeah.
Now, I'll take you back to the camp anyway.
Spells.
This is like, they are so overdue. What do you do in the next day when they're still not returned?
Give me 1 second. I just finished the importing.
Oh, I already did for you. Yeah.
Oh, shit. You need to
So,
let me do... now I have 3. God damn it.
I'll do it for you.
Yeah. Okay, got it.
And you get rid of lightning bolt. Nice.
You deleted my lightning bolt.
You don't have to import. You just literally type in magic circle. You just do control space, magic circle, and then just drag it on. Job done. Just take it from the revised spells though, and not the other ones.
SRD is the
And
revised
you're good.
spells, right? Yeah.
There you go. There you go. Done. All right. Fixed. So,
And I
yeah,
should-
anything you want to do during this?
No, not really. I guess I'll write in my journal about what happened and stuff.
Okay. All right. In that case, then, let me check what's left in this particular encounter. Isolation. Okay, so there is nothing more that seems to happen during this period of time. You are left with your own thoughts. Nothing but the cold and snow around you as company. And, well, the snowman, I guess, but after another long day, it seems as though they still have not returned. And I need you to roll me a wisdom saving throw as well. It feels as though perhaps they are never coming back. And maybe you are destined to stick here for forever, but it seems like Stef's more of a glass half full kind of guy. Would that be correct in assuming?
Yeah. I guess that's pretty clear from my character.
In which case, you don't let those gnawing thoughts get to you. You don't let those moments of bleak isolation tear away at your sanity. You remain pleasantly quiet and content, watching the fire crackling, burning is enough of a distraction for you to remain sane. And you just can't quite put your finger on how many days it's been at this point. But suddenly you hear great sounds of cheering and horns blaring in the distance. And it kind of snaps you out of your little stupor for a moment as you begin to see all the tribesmen returning. They have a great deal of spoils, many of them carrying weapons, animal skins, elk horns, just the whole kit and caboodle. It looks like they've raided an entire village. And they see you, that you're still here. One of them shouts, I thought you'd be bored by now and just wander off. You held true to your word, emissary.
Well, I did.
She approaches the leader, the Bjornhild, and says, "Of course you did, yes. You are an emissary of Oral, and I know that your god has a certain liking towards me, especially."
I do have a message from Oral for you.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
please, tell.
Those who sacrifice the spring will never live through the winter.
A smug grin suddenly dissipates. What's that supposed to mean?
Oh, you know, between here and the forest over there, you will find a place to pray at, and maybe remember what you sacrificed for vainglory.
She sneers. Sounds to me you're just jealous, 'cause you're sent on little errands from the Frostmaiden, whereas I am her chosen. I have made the sacrifices. What have you given her?
I have given her my compassion.
Compassion. You think she cares about your compassion?
Well, what has your sacrifice brought you? Look around you. The land is still frozen. Where's the future of your tribe? Your men grow older, and you sacrificed all your young. There is no spring for your kind, only an endless winter.
Exactly. I won't need other people to take my place. I won't need men. Not when we are all given the gift of icy immortality from the Frostmaiden.
Oh, ice can shatter.
Soak in your scales, Dragonborn.
Well,
I
how
suggest
about we
you leave our camp before you insult me a second time.
insult you? You see, it doesn't sit well with me. I would like to challenge you to see who really has the god's favor. Fight me in a duel.
You think you can stand against me? Me, who just slaughtered the entire elk tribe.
Yes, just you and me.
You are a fool. She begins to order her men to form that of like a circle around the fire. And she begins hefting her great axe. She like drops the head of like an elk's antlers onto the floor. She says, "We can go anytime."
Sure. We can initiate combat.
Okay.
Just let me check. Do I have all my spell slots back from the long rest? Yeah, I do.
He does say that I was going to let you leave here unharmed, seeing as you are an emissary of the Frostmaiden. But if it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get.
Yeah, I'll start off by bladesoning and let's do the old thing here. Oh, she succeeds.
Ooh, she did. She is
Um,
a little bit wiser than you anticipated.
It's not wisdom, intelligence.
Intelligence. Still
I mean,
intelligent. More
am I
intelligent than what
allowed?
you thought.
Yeah. Am I allowed to leave the circle?
I mean, running away from a duel is pretty poor, but
Not
I
running
guess
away from it, just outdistancing her. I don't know how big the square is. But
it's
I
as
can
big as
move.
the camp. I mean,
I'll move 40 feet away from her.
okay. All right, she'll dash up to you then.
Yeah.
Starts rushing forward. Grava also takes a run with her,
Oh, the cat is part of
and
the threat? No 1v1?
she looks back and says, "Grava, this one's mine."
Yeah.
It backs up slightly.
Well, I will...
It'll be your turn.
Yep, I'll hit her with... What do we do here? Well, I'll take a swing at her with the scimitar.
Okay. Guess all the camps are lit, so I'm just going to give it a global illumination. All right. Standing
I'll
your
use
ground, finally. Ooh,
Then
damn.
I'll crit her. Then I will, with my bonus action, misty step away from her. Where's the misty step? Oh no, never mind. I didn't prepare it.
You didn't? Ooh.
I didn't. What else
Misstep.
can we do here?
Doesn't slicing get doubled?
No.
Oh.
However, I'm still faster than her, I guess. So I will risk an opportunity attack.
All right. She'll take it. She swings out her great axe, which is still probably fresh with blood,
Yeah.
and slices
So,
just barely underneath your head.
Yeah, I should be 40 feet away from her.
No, because you're running that way.
Well, then I'm 35 feet away from her.
Hold on. You were here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have to spend 5 feet to get around her.
Yeah.
And then as far as you can to get down here is 40, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So thing is you're moving past her.
Ah, I see.
She can just go around. Yeah. See, it
Yeah.
still works in a. Yeah. I know it's the ring, because like if you were kept on running in a straight line, sure, but then effectively you're just
it's
out
fine.
of the ring. Okay, she does come in with a multi-attack and brings in the axe.
I will react with a shield.
Okay, what's your AC?
It should be 24.
Nice. So I'll block the first one, give you back that. She swings with the second. So that's gonna crack on the arcane barrier. Now it's your turn.
Yep. Then I will... Now I can just move 40 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Risk the
You
opportunity.
will get an attack of opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah. So back you get. Oops, sorry. I'm gonna. You've still got your shield up. Yeah, so that's technically a miss.
I'll take this wing.
Alright.
So can I...
Wait.
I don't know,
is
can
it
I
a-
bounce a lightning bolt off the tent into
Hold
her,
on.
like... Let me see here again.
Sorry, you 1 second. What's shield lasts until the start of your next turn, right?
Yeah.
So that's technically now when you're moving away, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna give you back that 8 slashing. There you go.
Well, this is 40.
he-
I'll move into this corner. I guess... Are the dudes really in the way here? Yeah.
They're not even there.
Okay. I will try to do the lightning bolt thing. And I don't know how we're gonna make this work, right? But
You trying to bounce it off a tent? Because, I mean, there's not really a wall.
Yeah, there are some sticks in there.
It's more like an object than a fully fleshed wall a lightning bolt could bounce off of.
Okay.
And it's made of animal skin.
Okay.
It's gonna rip straight through that shit.
And we're gonna.
You can still hit her.
Yeah.
You just won't have this. Just won't have
do this.
you're gonna get mine with. Double, three, triple six is nasty.
And she
She
fails.
fails.
Finally.
Okay. Mhm. All right. So her turn.
Mhm.
Okay, she will throw a spear at you. That's gonna hit you for 9.
I'll shield that again. No problem.
All right. Okay. Shit. Your turn.
Yeah. I'll mind whip her again. She fails again.
Fails. She does. She's looking exhausted from this fight. She's getting. She says, "That is really tedious." She will throw another spear. Not one, not two.
Yep.
Never mind. Your turn.
Well, I'm gonna keep blasting at her. This time we complete previous cast. Okay. Well, I don't want to hit the cat in the back. Oh, here we go. Can do it like this. Why do I need to do a saving throw? I'll just cancel it.
Probably because you put the template on yourself.
Could be 26 to her face. Or,
no.
well, dex save first.
Foundry. Give me a moment. It's Foundry as I misclicked something. Of course. Damn it. Should just roll automatically after a while. Wow. Stream just caught up. Okay, I'm back in. Where were we?
Something saving throws.
You need to make a dex save, basically. To see how much damage she takes.
Okay. Alright. That's a painful fail. Lightning streaks across her. She is looking very wounded at this point. You'll pay for this. Emissary. She is going to, well, could dash up to you, but yeah, very likely to just step away again. No, wait, you didn't prepare me to step, did you? Okay, in that case, I will dash up to you.
Yeah.
That's her turn.
Well, I don't have disadvantage on lightning bolt if I cast it at melee range, right?
Disadvantage, what, sorry?
Some spells I have disadvantage if I cast them in melee range. I don't know the exact, but lightning bolt isn't one of. Oh, I don't have spell slots anyway. Wait, why do I not have spell slots? I only cast one of those.
You cast lightning bolt twice.
No, once.
Oh wait, no, you used mind whip
Yeah,
instead of
I
it.
placed the template probably. That's why it's consumed. I should still have one level 3 spell slot.
You've done 2 mind whips.
2 mind whips, 1 lightning bolt. And no, I've done 3 mind whips. I'm out of level 2 spell slots. Question is, yeah, I'll just discard previous. There we go. And I'll just blast her again with lightning. 30.
Ooh, I succeed. She takes half. She's barely holding on.
Yeah.
Thanks to that.
I will pass my turn.
She lets out this tremendous roar.
Yeah, sure. That's I don't have a good place to move anyway.
Okay. She goes into an absolute rage and tries to hack down towards you as fast as she can.
Yep.
While she's got the opportunity. Okay, here we go.
This.
Miss, okay. Second attack.
Oh, that will hit.
That'll hit. Take 14 damage, and we're going to use Oral's Blessing and add this. Dealing an extra 16 cold damage. As you see, truly she does indeed have ice in her veins. It shoots out of her wrists right up the axe, and then forms into this jagged icicle that just stabs into your chest, and then rips through it. And yeah, that would drop you to 0.
Yep. I cannot shield against that.
Okay. You're on death's door.
She is greatly wounded. 2 spell slots left.
You see above your head, that snowflake begins to spin rapidly.
Well, I'll get back up from prone, obviously.
Okay.
And I will cast a magic missile at her, 3 missiles. See if I can finish her off.
Okay.
Guess not. Okay, never mind.
So, because you are on death's door, all of these do half damage. So you got 3, 4, and then what was it? 3 again. So 7. So sorry, 10, right?
I did
10 damage.
I would have done 5. Yeah.
Okay. So I can tell you now, she is still alive. She takes 5 damage and is reduced.
Yep.
To barely standing still. And I'm afraid, yeah, it's at this point she leers over you, breathing heavily, blood dripping down. She's got those lightning scorch marks across her. And says, I told you. Now, Oral, bear witness. This is proof. I am your chosen. You need no other servants.
Well, I'm on death's door. I'm not dead yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll shield against
She
her.
swings her great axe. You shield it. She clatters against the arcane barrier. Sparks erupt alongside her own icy axe. And after that, she just brings it round again for an overhead swing and tries to break through the barrier. Which she won't do. And I guess that'll end her go.
I do have one question about Greenfire Blade, right?
Uh-huh.
Oh wait, 1 second. I can disengage, right? That doesn't provoke opportunity attacks.
That's correct.
I can move 40 damage. She dashes up to me, and I gotta go. It doesn't really change anything about this. Do I still do half damage on everything?
Yeah. What's on death's door? Your damage is halved.
Let me check the combat log really quickly on what I actually... Did I do a melee attack against her once? I did.
I don't think it matters doing half at this point because she's on such little health.
Yeah, so I
That
think
said,
the safest option
she's a
is
pretty important. That said, she's a pretty important NPC.
Well, can I choose to do non-lethal damage?
Yeah, technically, yeah.
Can I also choose to do non-lethal damage with spells?
No, it has to be bludgeoning, but I'll allow you to switch up your scimitar, say that you butt them with the hilt of it.
Oh, I'm not
non-lethal
gonna,
magical is not really a
risk,
thing.
Let me tell you this straight, I'm not gonna risk missing with the sword.
Okay.
So, we will lightning breath her.
Oh. Okay, that would definitely do enough, even with the what's it called? Even with the half damage, is what I'm saying. And she will go to death's door. She is a tribe leader, and most definitely has the ability to hold on to the very last moment. The blessing of Oral breathed new life into her, and you see this kind of icy breath, like as she falls onto the ground. And it looks tense between all of the tribe's members. They look like, should we step in? And you see them back away the moment she gets back up on her feet. Grava growls and is like ready to pounce on you. Looks like she won't be able to give them the order to stay should she go down.
Okay.
But the icicle spins even more rapidly. You start to feel a cold whip around your body, as though the same one that took you away from this place is now just about to whisk you away. But we have to see it, don't we? We have to see if this fight actually goes to the... Oh man, you managed to parry that one. Oh, but there's nothing you can do for this. And it's max damage, really. Oh no, it's half, because I'm on death's door, but not that it matters. We're both rolling on con saves at this point. That said, Stef, there's something else that happens. Instead of you rolling a death save, what you feel is an emergent spark within you suddenly awaken. This axe of hers, it is icy death. And she can easily probably finish you off with another 2d10 cold damage, but instead of that cold taking your soul, you feel the fire within you wash out. And you don't really associate yourself with fire or light, and yet somehow this spark erupts. You get a flashing image of maybe that brilliant light when you activated the summer star that one time. And you felt that warmth within you, the same warmth. This time, instead of it taking your life, it's erupting outwards and bursting with life-giving energy. And at that same time, the spectral snowflake above your head bursts as well with a blizzard, a localized blizzard surrounding you. And you vanish away from this place, whilst also restoring 10 hit points in the same moment.
I see.
And I'm gonna take you all the way back to the dungeon where you are suddenly dropped onto your hands and knees in the middle of that chamber, and just the adrenaline of the battle rushes out of your body and gives way to that deafening silence of this room. But you are not dead.
I'll get her next time.
You may well have got the next turn, but
Yeah.
some divine powers are clashing and intervening on both behalves. All right. With that, you can exit vicariously, probably limping your way back out into the other room, where you do see. Wait, on entry.
Yeah,
You
you
do
look worse than
see,
Tracker when he got nearly eaten by the squid monster.
Well, fought a Drive Chieftain and some cave monsters. I don't really know what this was about. And I'll just plop my ass down.
When you're doing a test of isolation, you're not supposed to look for people.
They came looking
or creatures.
It's more like they came looking for me, really.
I'm not here to judge Aurel's tests. She set them up however she wants.
I mean, they left me alone for like a week.
How long have we been waiting here?
We haven't been here a week. We've been here a very short time. So
I was in there for like a week. Space-time magic.
Aurel has or magic. We've seen time magic with her power before.
Question towards the DM: how long have they been out exactly?
I'm gonna leave that up in the air until Roland's back. At which point you may be able to corroborate an answer for that.
My question is just like, could I attempt to start a short rest since my ass is blooped?
Yeah. Yes, you can. But yeah, you do feel like you have been through it. You definitely feel like you lived that time. It all felt real. Whether it was or wasn't, you're not sure. You're not even sure whether that creature you fought was real, or whether it was just some sort of faceless horror, or whether it was a manland from Magic the Gathering. But anyway, let's go.
One second. I'm really sorry because I've never really done this. How many hit dice can I spend on a short rest? 1, 2?
As many as you have.
Okay,
so you have levels.
So
you have a number of hit dice equal to your levels, and you can see them ticking down.
Yep.
And you've got 2 left.
3 spell slots left to recover. 3 levels of spell slots.
You can do that whilst we jump over to Roland. I just looked at the time as well. Is this? Do you think we should get this in now, or do you think we should leave it for next session? That's totally up to you, Roland, because I don't know if you've got to go.
I mean, I'm okay. I'm totally up to you. I think if it was going to take another 2 hours, that might feel like it was going to push us all over the edge. But if it's likely, to take...
I'm down to sit it out here. I'll do some push-ups in the living room.
I might have to head off to just listen back later.
But you can always rewatch the session because then next session we can just carry on. So if you guys are okay with it, I'll just stick around and listen to it.
Yeah, I mean it's fine for me, but what about you, Senrith? You're the one you've been going at it for 4.5 hours.
Yeah, okay. Let's call it here then, I think. I did want to get around to Roland's, but I didn't expect some things to go over.
Sorry for taking so long.
No, it was the endurance test. It was going to take long no matter what.
No, it's also because of technical issues. It took half an hour longer than it should have.
That wasn't your fault, though.
So
that couldn't be helped.
Then I have one question to finish off, right? Was I supposed to fight her or not? I guess not.
No, God no. Yeah, you came up with that idea. Absolutely. That was all you.
Beating her.
I'm confident you could have won if given one more turn, but you would definitely have had to hit her with something, and she would have had to fail a con save. But we don't know. We really don't know. It was down to the very last wire though, which is what was impressive. I honestly thought that would be quicker, but you got at least an idea of her powers, and the fact that she can add that 2d10 on a hit was something I should have done earlier, but I was kind of like pacing the fight. But yeah, she may have been holding back, and without Grava as well, she is obviously a little bit weaker. But it was interesting to see. Definitely the capabilities of like Blade Singers in the 1v1. They are
I'm trying to
insane.
figure out how we're gonna react if an icicle slides out of that door. It's gonna be
right.
Okay, I guess we failed. Bad luck next time.
Until then, until next time, we will we'll call it there.
Next week.
And we'll see everyone next week. Bye bye for now.